Okay. I'm calling to order this meeting. This is an additional meeting of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Tuesday, April 2nd, 2024. The time is 1:08 in the afternoon, and we are conducting this hearing in Council Chambers, Room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building. Although at least one member, I see Councilmember Vincent Gray, is participating virtually. Our meetings are broadcast live on Council Channel 13 and also is available on the council's website, www.dccouncil.gov. We're having a committee of the whole meeting to mark up a number of resolutions in the committee of the whole, and then to what we call agendize measures that have come out of other committees, reported out of other committees. When we are done with the committee of the whole meeting, which I'm guessing will be 30 to 45 minutes, we will take maybe a 5-minute break and start the legislative meeting, which will be the regular legislative meeting for the month of April. To begin our committee of the whole meeting, we need to know whether any members are present. Mr. Cash, would you call the roll?
Chairman Mendelson.
Present.
Councilmember Allen. Here. Councilmember Bonds.
Here.
Councilmember Fruman.
Present.
Councilmember Gray.
Here.
Councilmember Henderson.
People, what's Chinatown without Chinese people?
All right, we need some order here. Mr. Cash, where are you in the roll?
Councilmember Henderson.
Here.
Councilmember Lewis George.
Here.
Councilmember McDuffie.
Here.
Councilmember Nadeau. What's that?
Here.
Councilmember Parker.
Here.
Councilmember Pinto.
Present.
Councilmember Robert White.
Present.
Councilmember Trayon White.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. If there's no objection, I'm going to move the first 3 resolutions, which are confirmations regarding the Commission on Arts and Humanities. I'm going to move them together. That's PR 25-620, Commission on the Arts and Humanities, Amy K. Bormet, confirmation resolution of 2024. PR 25-621, Commission on the Arts and Humanities, Demetrius Butler, confirmation resolution of 2024, and PR 25-622, Commission on the Arts and Humanities, Janice J. Kim, confirmation resolution of 2024. I hear no objection. The Commission on Arts and Humanities was established by the Commission on the Arts and Humanities Act in 1975. The commission is now an independent agency within the district government and is designated by the National Endowment of the Arts as the state arts agency for the District of Columbia. Its role is to evaluate and initiate actions on matters relating to the arts and humanities and to encourage programs and the development of programs that promote progress in the arts and humanities. In addition, the mission of the commission is to provide grants, programs, and educational activities that encourage diverse artistic expression and learning opportunities so that all District of Columbia residents and visitors can experience the district's rich arts and humanities community. Members of the commission must be district residents and must have displayed an interest or an ability in the arts and humanities, or must be active in the furtherance of the arts or humanities. The commission currently consists of 14 members appointed by the mayor for 3-year terms with the advice and consent of the council. Although actually, I believe there's 1 vacant seat. In fiscal year 2022 Budget Support Act, the council reduced the size of the commission from 18 members to 12 members, with the commission being reduced by 2 positions each year until the total number of members is 12. With regard to PR 25-620, it would confirm the mayor's nomination of Amy K. Bormet for appointment as a member of the Commission on the Arts and Humanities for a term to end June 30th, 2025. Ms. Bormet is a resident of Ward 6. She attended the Duke Ellington School of the Arts. She is a musical performer, educator, and advocate for the arts. She has toured the world performing and is a frequent artist in residence for national and international programs. In 2011, she created the Washington Women in Jazz Festival. At her confirmation hearing, when she was questioned about how or whether the arts can be an economic driver in the district, she stated that economic development shouldn't necessarily be the goal for distributing grant funds, but she agreed that the arts can drive people into the city who will then spend money to see a show and on ancillary items like restaurants. In discussing challenges facing the commission, she identified the grant applications tend to be exceedingly difficult to write and that writing subsequent grant reports may not be a grantee's strength or expertise. With regard to PR 25-621, this would confirm the mayor's nomination of Demetrius Butler for appointment as a member of the Commission on the Arts and Humanities for a term to end June 30th, 2026. Mr. Butler is a resident of Ward 8. He is a native Washingtonian, and he graduated from Eastern High School. Mr. Butler is an art collector, creative director, and cultural advocate. He has fostered emerging artistic talents and curated a number of art shows in major cities around the world. He established Flea Market Gallery in the district to create a hub for the district's vibrant art, music, and fashion scenes. He also co-founded League OTO, an art and lifestyle collective to educate, empower, and inspire emerging young art collectors and creators. At his confirmation, in response to questions, he conceded that artists and aiding artists in building capacity to continue to grow their trade is important. I misread that. At his hearing, he conceded that artists cannot solely rely on government grant funds to sustain themselves, and that arts grant funding should not necessarily be seen as an entitlement depending on the funding criteria set by the commission. With respect to question on how art can play a role in downtown economic development, he discussed that the arts can be an important driver of tourism, which can be an important tool for downtown development. In responding to challenges, a question about challenges the commission may face, he stated that it should be easier to understand what grant opportunities are available and apply for funding. With regard to PR 25-622, this would confirm the mayor's nomination of Janice J. Kim as a member of the Commission on the Arts and Humanities for a term to end June 30th, 2026. She is a resident of Ward 3. She has long supported nonprofit endeavors, in particular nonprofits focused on broadening the reach of the arts. She is currently a member of the board of the Transformer Gallery and the Washington Ballet. She was previously a National Council member of the Smithsonian American Art Museum and a former co-chair of Artrageous. She has been a longtime supporter of a number of art organizations and events. At her confirmation hearing, she discussed balancing the need to support and incubate artists broadly through grant funding and the need to view art through the lens of a patron of the arts, which supports high-quality art. She testified that artists cannot sustain if they rely solely on the district to fund their work. She said a challenge facing the commission is making sure the grants reach as many organizations as possible, but particularly to organizations that can support other artists as well. She emphasized her desire to promote better access to the arts for children, including music, dance, and reading, through her role on the commission, if confirmed. All three of these nominations were introduced at the request of the mayor on January 31st of this year, and the committee of the whole held a roundtable on these nominations. Might have been a hearing instead of a roundtable, I'm not sure, on March 12th, 2024. The committee received no testimony or comments in opposition to any of these nominations. Without objection, I move the prints and reports together for all three. Is there discussion? The vote will be on the prints and reports for the three resolutions. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? I don't hear or see any no votes. The prints and reports with leave for staff are approved unanimously. Madam General Counsel, are these three measures legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, they are.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete for each?
Excellent records and hearing records of fact.
And Madam Budget Director, do the fiscal impact statements are not required on confirmations?
Correct.
Without objection, these measures will be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. If there's no objection, I'll move the next four nominations in block. They are each mayor's nominations to the Historic Preservation Review Board. PR 25-655, Historic Preservation Review Board, Bill Marzella, Confirmation Resolution of 2024. PR 25-658, Historic Preservation Review Board, Andrew P. Auerbach, Confirmation Resolution of 2024. PR 25-659, Historic Preservation Review Board, Gretchen Failer, Confirmation Resolution of 2024. And PR 25-660, Historic Preservation Review Board, Patrick Williams, Confirmation Resolution of 2024.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna go there.
The Historic Preservation Review Board was created by the Historic Landmark and Historic District Protection Act of 1978. The board is composed of 9 members appointed by the mayor after confirmation by the council. The district law requires that the board shall be constituted and its members qualified in order to comply with the requirements for a state review board pursuant to the National Historic Preservation Act of 1966 and federal regulations. The federal regulations for state review boards require that all board members have demonstrated competence, interest, or knowledge in historic preservation. With regard to PR 25-655, the purpose is to confirm the nomination of Bill Marzella for appointment as an architectural historian member of the Historic Preservation Review Board for a term to expire July 21st, 2026. Mr. Marzella is a Ward 5 resident. He has worked in the field of historic preservation for more than a decade. He's currently a program analyst and liaison to the Federal Bureau of Land Management, where he provides technical assistance to ensure the agency meets its statutory and regulatory responsibilities under the National Historic Preservation Act. He received a Bachelor of Science in Architecture from the University of Cincinnati and a Master of Arts in Historic Preservation Planning from Cornell University. Mr. Marzella is nominated for appointment as an architectural historian member of the board. During his confirmation hearing, he stated he's a strong advocate for historic communities and said they have the ability to create more desirable places to live and work. And I want to emphasize that he would be a new appointment to the board. The purpose of PR 25-658 is to confirm the nomination of Andrew Auerbach for reappointment as a historian member of the Historic Preservation Review Board for a term to expire July 21st, 2027. Mr. Auerbach is a Ward 3 resident. He is a communications consultant with over 25 years of experience in education programs, community engagement, media strategy, and video content production with a focus on planning, urbanism, cultural and environmental sustainability, and community building. His early career focused on documentary and public affairs television, where he produced a number of award-winning historical pieces on figures such as Vincent van Gogh, Hap Arnold, Rocky and Bullwinkle, and Hector Berlioz. Mr. Auerbach holds a master's degree in city and regional planning from the Catholic University of America School of the Architecture and Planning, and a bachelor's degree in journalism and history from the University of Wisconsin. During his confirmation hearing and in response to questions about the role of the board, he said that there can be a tension between the challenge of compatibility, which is the board's purview under historic preservation guidelines, and the district's overall goal of more affordable housing. He emphasized that the board's charge is to look at the merits of a case. I'll note I asked all the nominees similar questions at the hearing. The purpose of PR 25-659 is to confirm the nomination of Gretchen Failer for reappointment as an architectural historian member of the Historic Preservation Review Board for a term to expire July 21st, 2027. Ms. Failer is a Ward 6 resident. She is a preservation architect with 25 years of experience in preservation, restoration, and renovation of historic buildings and landscapes across the country. Ms. Failer holds a bachelor's degree in architecture from the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. She is an active member of the American Institute of Architects, the American Institute for Conservation of Historic and Artistic Awards, and the National Trust for Historic Preservation. Ms. Failer has practiced, lectured, and published extensively on historic preservation and sustainability. She's worked on countless projects within the district, including the Franklin School, Carnegie Library, Lincoln Cottage, Eastern Market, and the Washington Union Station Master Redevelopment Plan. During her confirmation hearing, she testified her main areas of focus on the board are: one, balancing historic preservation with sustainability; two, ensuring the board is functioning well, including ensuring the public is heard and advisory neighborhood commissions are afforded due great weight; and three, working with the Historic Preservation Office to identify resources to assist existing residents of maintaining their property to historical standards. The purpose of PR 25-660 is to confirm the nomination of Patrick Williams for appointment. He would be a new member as an architect member of the Historic Preservation Review Board for a term to expire July 21st, 2025. Mr. Williams is a Ward 4 resident. He has several decades of experience as a professional architect. He is the principal and owner of the Workshop for High Performance Architecture, LLC, which is a full-service architectural design firm. Mr. Williams earned his Bachelor of Architecture degree from the City University of New York College and a Master of Science in Engineering from Catholic University of America. During his confirmation hearing, during his confirmation hearing, in response to questions about housing affordability and historic preservation, Mr. Williams discussed his personal view that historic preservation need not make a neighborhood more expensive. However, he thinks such concerns by the public can be mitigated by public education and outreach. All four of these resolutions were introduced at the request of the mayor on February 27th, 2024. The Committee of the Whole held a public roundtable on these nominations on March 28th, 2024. With the exception of Mr. Auerbach, there was no testimony or comments in opposition to any of the nominees. Without objection, I move the four prints and reports with leave for staff to make technical, conforming, and editorial changes. Is there discussion? Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you, Chairman. You're moving these in block, you said?
Yes.
Okay. So I had mentioned at the breakfast that I had some concerns, and I did want to update you and colleagues that I did have a chance to talk with Mr. Marzella after the meeting this morning, and I appreciate, I feel comfortable moving forward on the nomination. I want to appreciate, Chairman, that you had asked about the intersection of preservation with affordable housing at the roundtable for HPRB. And I know that you and I don't completely see eye to eye on it, but I really thank you for engaging on that topic. I will note that the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation, where Mr. Marzella currently works, released a policy statement last year that supports greater density in historic districts and loosening of building codes to reduce historic preservation's impact on affordable housing. And I'm hoping to work with him on that issue in his new capacity on the HPRB. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. I also want to note, even though I didn't bring this up, that at the hearing, I asked about Patrick Williams, whether he'd met with the Preservation League, and he has since met with them. There further discussion, Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I noted that almost all of these appointments that we're possibly moving today are appointments that are related to the field of architecture. And I just wonder, when we talk about preservation review, what is the membership of the committee, the 9 members? Are they all architects or city planners or what?
Under the federal standards, there's supposed to be one who has experience in the discipline of history, one in the discipline of archaeology, one in the discipline of architectural history, one in the discipline of architecture, and one in historic architecture. So that's 5 of the 9 are required to have that experience. Right now, there's a vacancy with regard to archaeology. The mayor did send down a nomination for that, and there was some confusion. The person was notified by MOTA 4 days before the hearing said they couldn't make the hearing, and the mayor withdrew the nomination. It became clear at the hearing that no, they just couldn't make the hearing. So the mayor then resubmitted the nomination last week and will move forward. So of the 5 disciplines, that one is vacant. It is true, and the Preservation League testified about the fact that the board is architect heavy
Yeah.
and that there ought to be more experience in the humanities, in the
Yeah.
cultural aspects of DC,
Yeah.
because that is also part of what the Historic Preservation Act is about. I'll say just a little bit more, as was testified by a couple of the nominees as well as the Preservation League, is that sometimes there's a nomination for landmarking a house that served prominently in the history, maybe cultural history of the city. The house itself is architecturally not distinct, but the history of it is important. And that speaks to why we don't just want architects who will look at the architectural character of a house, but we want others who have experience in the humanities or other disciplines who are thinking about the district's cultural history.
I appreciate hearing that, and I'm hoping that we will get a few additional nominations that will speak to the other important disciplines in the community. Whenever we are appointing to these entities that impact how a community looks, how it can move forward thriving, I'm very concerned if we give little deference to just the citizens who live in these communities and have some history to the
Yes.
neighborhood. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes, Chairman, I'm not against these nominees today. I'm speaking particularly towards the ones on the Historic Preservation Review Board. But I did want to note that it's very difficult for me in going back and forth with the board about things that are priority in my ward. When I look at the members, it was 5 members appointed before, Ward 3, Ward 3, Ward 3, Ward 6, Ward 5, and none of them were East Anacostia River. But oftentimes there are members on this board opposed to project in Ward 8 and don't come to Ward 8, don't live in Ward 8, don't come to the project. And we have a need for amenities just like everyone else across the city. So I do want to be cautious that we are inclusionary around the city. We're having a real diverse board for people with different skill sets, different areas, different ethnicities and different backgrounds relates to these boards, because I don't like when people are opposing projects and don't really have a stake in the game when it comes to what's happening east of Anacostia River. And we've seen that on the Sycamore Oak project and St. Elizabeth East project, where we're trying to expand the now 13 to 20 Black-owned businesses there to a new project, but we're getting a lot of pushback from the board. So we want to make sure the board is diverse.
I agree. And actually, Councilmember White, this was a topic of discussion at the roundtable. The committee of the whole held on these nominations. The Preservation League has made this point at several hearings, that there's not enough geographic diversity in the membership and that there needs to be. So your point's well taken.
Thank you.
Anything further on these nominations? The vote will be on the Princeton reports for the 4 resolutions with leave for staff to make technical, conforming, and editorial changes. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Not hearing or seeing any no votes? The vote is unanimous. The 4 are approved. Madam General Counsel, are these 4 measures legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, they are.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete for each?
Once the reports and hearing records are met.
Madam Budget Director, these are nominations, so they don't require fiscal impact statements.
Correct.
Without objection, these measures will be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. The next resolution is PR 25-662, Board of Zoning Adjustment Fred Hill Confirmation Resolution of 2024. This resolution would confirm the reappointment of Fred Hill as a member of the Board of Zoning Adjustment for a 3-year term to expire September 30th, 2026. Fred Hill is a longtime businessman, entrepreneur, and resident of the Washington DC region. He currently is a Ward 2 homeowner and is president, CEO, and founder of the Hill Group, which is a business consulting firm. During the roundtable on his nomination, Mr. Hill stated that he has recused himself in situations in which there may be a conflict of interest, but he does not foresee any conflicts. The Board of Zoning Adjustment is a creation of federal law. The BZA is composed of a member of the National Capital Planning Commission or an NCPC staff member, a rotating member of the Zoning Commission, and 3 members appointed by the Mayor of the District of Columbia with the advice and consent of the council. The Board of Zoning Adjustment is authorized to consider applications for special exceptions, for variances, as well as to hear appeals from decisions granting or refusing a building permit, or granting or withholding a certificate of occupancy, or appeals from other administrative decisions by the zoning administrator based on the zoning regulations or zoning map. Fred Hill has been a member of the Board of Zoning Adjustment for several terms. I don't have here how many. But he has served well on the Board of Zoning Adjustment. He may be currently the chair, although his term may have lapsed because he held over, and the mayor did not send his nomination until February 27th, which I believe was the 5th month of his holdover period. The committee has heard no complaint with regard to his service, and at the public roundtable, there was no testimony or comments in opposition to this nomination. The roundtable was on March 29th of this year. Without objection, I'll move both the print and report with leave for staff to make technical conforming and editorial changes. Is there discussion? The vote will be on both the print and report with leave for staff. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Are there any no votes? I don't see or hear any no votes. The ayes have it unanimously. Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
What's the report and hearing record of minutes?
Madam Budget Director, this does not require a fiscal impact statement.
Correct.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. The next resolution for markup in the committee of the whole is PR 25-662. PR 25-686, entitled the Public Charter School Board James Sandman Confirmation Resolution of 2024. The purpose of this resolution is to confirm the reappointment of James Sandman as a member of the Public Charter School Board for a 4-year term to expire February 24th, 2028. The District of Columbia School Reform Act of 1995 gave the District of Columbia the authority to start independent, autonomous public schools, commonly known as public charter schools. The 7-member Public Charter School Board was created for the purpose of authorizing new charters, monitoring the operation and student academic progress of the schools under its purview, and ensuring that the public charter schools under its authority are in compliance with the terms of their charter and applicable federal and local laws. As an independent authorizer, the Public Charter School Board charters new schools through a comprehensive application review process, monitors existing charter schools for compliance with applicable local and federal laws, and ensures public charter schools are held accountable for both academic and non-academic performance. The Public Charter School Board is currently the District of Columbia's sole charter school authorizer and now oversees 69 charter local education agencies, or LEAs, with 135 campuses. If Mr. Sandman is confirmed, there would remain 1 empty seat on the Public Charter School Board. James Sandman has a long and illustrious legal career. For over 30 years, he worked as an associate and then partner at Arnold and Porter, serving as managing partner for 10 years. In 2007, Mr. Sandman left the law firm in order to serve as the general counsel of the District of Columbia Public Schools. After 4 years in that role, Mr. Sandman became the president of the Legal Services Corporation, which provides funding for civil legal services for indigent people. The Legal Services Corporation receives an appropriation from Congress of over $400 million each year in order to provide funding to legal aid societies around the country. Mr. Sandman testified that he has been a participant in 3 significant board activities: the hiring of Michelle Walker Davis as executive director of the board in 2020, a revision of the board's required showing of student demand before a new charter school is approved or an existing charter school is authorized to expand, and a revision of the board's academic accountability system for measuring the performance of the district's charter schools. Jim Salmon has already served well on the Public Charter School Board, which is why I'm pleased to put his name before us for confirmation. The mayor introduced this resolution on March 8th of this year, and the committee of the whole held a public roundtable on March 29th. And the committee received no testimony or comments in opposition. Without objection, I move both the print and report with leave for staff to make technical conforming and editorial changes. Is there discussion? The vote will be on both the print and report with leave for staff. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? I don't see or hear any no votes. The ayes have it unanimously. The last item for, Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Next, the report and hearing record of minutes.
Madam Budget Director, this is the nomination, doesn't require a fiscal impact statement.
Correct.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. The last item for markup in the committee of the whole is an oversight report entitled "The District's Housing Code Inspection Process Broken and in Need of Repair." This report was circulated and the subject of a public hearing in January. For years, the committee has heard complaints from residents that the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs, now the Department of Buildings, has failed to protect tenants in its enforcement of the housing code. In response, we've passed legislation and held numerous public hearings where we have pressed former directors to address the agency's shortcomings. This council period, however, the committee opted for a different and more collaborative approach. Starting in the summer of last year, my staff spent months digging into data on housing code violations, analyzing standard operating procedures, and speaking to agency staff and experts in other jurisdictions, housing providers in the district, and tenants. The result of that work is this report. The report contains 20 findings, including that the department's complaint intake mechanisms are poorly designed and lack options for non-English speakers. Over half of the notices of infraction are served to the wrong address or the wrong person. That the department lacks key performance indicators measuring critical components of the housing code inspection process. Just as an example, how long it takes to issue a notice of infraction after an inspection. And the department does not verify all abatements of housing code violations via an inspection, an actual inspection. For each of these findings and the many other findings contained in the report, there are numerous recommendations, 25 recommendations, rooted in research and best practices. For instance, to address the finding that over half of the notices of infraction are sent to the wrong address or the wrong person, the report recommends that the department consider procuring a public records database like Accurate to verify identities and confirm addresses. And the report further recommends establishing a protocol for verifying identities and addresses within the department's standard operating procedures. This recommendation was informed by conversations with Baltimore's Department of Housing and Community Development, which uses a rigorous process to verify identities and addresses before issuing an infraction. In total, the report contained 25 recommendations, each addressing a specific finding. The committee, assuming that we approve this report, intends to monitor the implementation of the report's recommendations in hopes that it will serve as a guide for the department in improving the housing code inspection process. Just to add to that a little bit, there are several key issues with regard to the Department of Buildings, in my view, and one of those is housing code enforcement. And we all know that this has been a challenge, and that every hearing we hear from tenants who talk about a lack of responsiveness and a lack of correction. And a fundamental principle of our housing inspection and enforcement process is really to obtain code compliance. So the notices of infraction are important, but the goal here is not issuing NOIs, but rather getting the infractions fixed, abated. And the report goes through in quite some detail where There are cracks, if you will, in the system for doing that. This report will be a basis for our continuing oversight. In closing, I'd like to thank Blaine Stoma on my staff for all of his work on this report. DOB Director Brian Hanlon for his willingness to work with the committee on this very important issue, and also the many residents who have testified before the committee, both in January when we had the draft report and in previous and future oversight hearings by the committee. So I am moving the report for approval or adoption by the committee, and then will be filed with the secretary. So the motion is to approve the report. Is there discussion? Hearing none. The vote will be on the report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? I don't see or hear any no votes. The ayes have it unanimously. We'll turn now to consideration of measures from other committees. If there's no objection, we'll consider the first two in block. Their nominations to the Public Employee Relations Board and reported out of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor, chaired by Councilmember Anita Bonds. PR 25-609, Public Employee Relations Board, Renee Bowser, Confirmation Resolution of 2024. And PR 25-610, Public Employee Relations Board, Mary Ann Gibbons, Confirmation Resolution of 2024. Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll attempt to move these in block if possible. These are two reappointments to the Public Employee Relations Board, Renee Bowser and Mary Ann Gibbons. The Public Employee Relations Board adjudicates unfair labor practice complaints, considers appeals of grievance, arbitration awards, and investigates standards of conduct complaints. It is governed by a 5-member board, which currently has 1 vacancy. Ms. Bowser is renominated to serve as the organized labor representative of the Relations Board for a term to end December 12, 2026. Ms. Bowser has served on the board since 2021 and is a Ward 4 resident. She has extensive experience in labor law and workers' rights, seeing that she served as an employee union representative and employment investigator for the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission, a neutral lawyer for the National Labor Relations Board, and a legal representative for workers and a management representative. Ms. Bowser testified that her vision for the board is to enhance its labor management dispute resolution system, resulting in both timely and effective outcomes. Ms. Mary Ann Gibbons is renominated to serve as an ad hoc management member of the Public Employee Relations Board for a term to also end on December 12, 2026. Ms. Gibbons has served on the board since 2017 and is a Ward 1 resident. She has considerable experience with both management and with unions. She was an attorney with the United Mine Workers of America Health and Retirement Funds, and for 27 years worked in several management positions within the U.S. Postal Service, from general counsel to executive vice president. For the board, Ms. Gibbons seeks to continue to analyze issues skillfully and impartially. The committee held a public roundtable on these nominations on March 13, 2024, followed by a markup where the committee members unanimously voted in favor of these two confirmations. Both appointments have extensive career that demonstrates their vast knowledge of and passion for labor and employment law, while developing a strong record of service to the board. With that, I move these measures today and urge my colleagues to support the confirmations of both Mary Ann Gibbons and Renee Bowser. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Are there questions from members? Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. Plural, both of them. Madam Secretary, is the record complete for each?
Yes.
And Madam Budget Director, these are confirmations, don't require fiscal impact statements.
Correct.
Without objection, these measures will be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. The next two measures were reported out of the Committee on Public Works and Operations chaired by Councilmember Brianna Nadeau. The first is Bill 25-151, Open Movie Captioning Requirement Amendment Act of 2024. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you, Chairman. B 25-151, the Open Movie Captioning Requirement Act of 2024 was introduced on February 23rd, 23 by Councilmember Charles Allen, along with Councilmembers Fruman, Henderson, Lewis, George, Nadeau, Parker, and Pinto, and Robert White. It was initially referred to the Committee of the Whole and was re-referred to the Committee on Public Works and Operations on June 6th, 2023. The bill establishes minimum requirements for open caption showings at movie theaters and requires that a certain number of those showings be during peak weekend hours. Open captions are the written on-screen display of dialogue and non-speech information, which may include music, the identity of the character speaking, and other sounds and sound effects. They are visible to all viewers and cannot be turned on or off in the middle of a showing. This is the fourth introduction of similar legislation led by Councilmember Allen, and I'm proud to be moving forward on this bill that is so important to so many. DC has one of the largest communities of deaf, hard of hearing, and late deafened residents in the world. We should choose to be a leader in accessibility in public spaces. In 2016, the U.S. Department of Justice finalized a rule requiring movie theaters to provide closed movie captioning whenever requested. Closed captions are provided by specialized glasses, screens that can be attached to a seat's cup holder or other devices. While this is an important accessibility measure, a significant motivation for the introduction of B 25-151 and its community support is a strong dissatisfaction with the experience of using closed captioning devices in theaters due to malfunctions, discomfort, or a general feeling of exclusion and othering. I'm pleased to say that after extensive collaboration with advocates and the local movie theater industry, this committee print has gained approval from both parties. The committee print builds on existing open caption offerings by requiring 3 showings per week in the first 2 operating weeks of a movie's release, with 2 per week in each subsequent week. At least 1 showing per week must be during peak hours on Friday evenings, Saturdays, or Sundays. We work closely with theater managers to structure these requirements in a way that fits in with how they already do their scheduling. I strongly believe this will make compliance easier to follow and set clear expectations for both theaters and consumers. After working extensively with the Office of Human Rights, the committee print creates a new monitoring and enforcement system. Again, this enforcement is meant to be tailor-fit to how movie theaters work and that can move at a more appropriate speed. Consumers should not have to wait weeks or months for OHR to come to a determination on a violation, and theaters should not be burdened with a lengthy adjudication process if it's not necessary. OHR is empowered to conduct random compliance reviews to ensure that theater schedules match the law's requirements. They would be required to conduct at least 3 reviews per theater per year. There's also a consumer reporting portal to support compliance monitoring. Chairman may have some additional time.
Without objection.
If a theater is found not to be in compliance, OHR is authorized to order a theater If a theater is found to not to be in compliance, OHR is authorized to order a theater to add additional caption showings within the following operating week, proportional to the infraction. This immediately rectifies the violation and serves as a strong enough disincentive for a theater. The committee print establishes an ongoing public information campaign on the availability of open caption movies in the district, as well as the benefits of captions to all audiences. This will be conducted by our Office of Deaf, Blind, and Hard of Hearing. The print also makes local movie theaters eligible for the district's local film incentive grants in recognition of the current economic uncertainty of the industry and the potential need for theaters to update procedures and technology to comply with the law. It just so happens that April is National Deaf History Month, which makes this a fitting time to be moving this bill forward. As other jurisdictions are starting to consider open movie caption requirements, I believe the district's law will serve strongly as a model. Thank you, and with that, I request this measure be placed on the consent agenda for the legislative meeting to follow.
Thank you, Councilor Nadeau. Are there questions from members? Councilman Nadeau, you may have addressed this in your statement, but where is the theater industry on this? So before you answer, let me just note, when the bill was first introduced, which was before the pandemic, and because Department of Consumer and Licensing Protection was part of DCRA, which was under Committee of the Whole, we had a hearing. The theater organizations were upset with the bill. We were trying to figure this out, and then the pandemic hit, so it was like, we're not doing anything right now with theaters during the pandemic. So we're out of that. Where are you with the, or where's the theater industry with this bill?
We worked very closely with them on the final draft of the bill and they've taken a neutral position.
Are there any other questions from members? Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Yes, it is.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does. And there is a fiscal impact of 322,000 in 24 and 1.3 million over the plan.
So roughly 300,000 a year.
Correct.
Thank you. Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. Bill 25-469 Revised Project Labor Agreement Cost Threshold Amendment Act of 2024. Councilmember Nadeau.
B 25-469, the revised project labor agreement cost threshold amendment act of 2024 was introduced by Chairman Mendelson on September 18th, 2023, and subsequently referred to the Committee on Public Works and Operations. B 25-469 amends the Procurement Practices Reform Act of 2010 to revise the cost threshold for the required use of project labor agreements on construction contracts from 75 million to 50 million. A project labor agreement is an agreement with one or more labor organizations that establishes the terms and conditions of employment for a specific construction project. As a condition of being awarded a contract, the contractor must sign the negotiated PLA with any relevant union organizations. In return, labor strikes and similar disruptions are prohibited. This in turn ensures labor peace on high-cost government projects. PLAs are accepted policy in the district. In 2016, the council unanimously adopted the Procurement Integrity, Transparency, and Accountability Amendment Act of 2015, which included a provision that construction projects with an anticipated value of $75 million or more include a PLA. Since then, they have demonstrated their benefits on numerous projects. While the committee has taken all viewpoints into account, I believe that claims that this bill will harm local construction firms, CBEs, and minority-owned firms are unfounded. PLAs typically include mentoring programs for small local and minority contractors to help them grow their businesses. PLAs also often include smaller bid packages not subject to the PLA to ensure small local and minority business participation. Many small local and women-owned businesses have no issue working on PLA projects. As an example, the Frederick Douglass Bridge was the largest infrastructure project in the district's history, and it was completed 1 month ahead of schedule and included at least 45 minority and women-owned businesses representing $91 million in contracting opportunities. Another example is the Benjamin Banneker High School project, which won the Engineering News Record's Best K-12 Project of the Year in 2022. Built on time and on budget, the project saw no lost time accidents during the nearly 400,000 work hours. It also complied with DC's stringent local hiring requirements and participation requirements for certified local small and disadvantaged business participation. I also want to emphasize that all district government construction projects are required to comply with the district's CBE, SBE, and first source laws, regardless of whether a PLA is in place. And the previously mentioned projects demonstrate that PLAs have positive effects on project outcomes while still being inclusive of small, minority, and women-owned businesses. PLAs are also accepted policy at the federal level. On February 4th, 2022, President Joe Biden issued an executive order requiring PLAs on federal construction projects. The project cost threshold set by this executive order was $35 million. The new federal PLA requirement is thought to alleviate coordination challenges on large, complex projects, raise quality standards for contractors bidding on federal projects, and reduce uncertainty in the contracting process by standardizing the work rules. The committee print makes one substantive change. Mr. Chairman, may I have some more time?
Without objection.
The committee print makes one substantive change to the bill as introduced. It struck the language "to the district" from the existing provision to ensure the PLA requirement applies to all district projects that meet the monetary threshold, regardless of whether that threshold is met solely with district funding or includes federal funding. If we as a council believe that PLAs are good policy, it is important that we ensure the safeguards instituted by those agreements are required for the district's largest projects. I firmly believe that this legislation will expand opportunities for the use of an instrument that has already paid dividends for district residents and has the potential to provide even more value. Thank you. With that, I request this measure be placed on the consent agenda for the legislative meeting to follow.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Are there questions from member and Councilmember Trail White has to be recognized first?
Yes, thank you. Just want to say I'm in support of unionized efforts to include the workforce, especially around bargaining agreements and equity and pay. I guess for me, as we talk about this new legislation around this PLA, I want to ask you, Councilman Nadeau, what has these particular unions done to include more workers from Washington DC? Because I look at the data from the U.S. Department of Labor, and only 11% of those who have been on the PLAs in DC have been DC residents. That's pretty much 1 out of 10. So if you can help me with that, that'd be great.
Hi, Chair, Council Member, thank you for the question. So I think you know, and we talked about this a little bit before, there are challenges here in the District of Columbia with getting our DC workers on these projects, union or not. And I think the PLA is not going to change that. I think we do all need to come together and actually double down on some of the initiatives many of us have talked about, like getting more people into the trades, talking to students before they're seniors in high school. And I know some members have been out to some of the job sites and the training sites, and we see the challenges they face on getting district residents there. So I would say that that's not an issue that PLAs impact. It's an issue that we have to care about and take on regardless of whether we lower the threshold on the
I want
PLAs.
to claim my time, Chairman. Thank you. So that is an issue that PLAs impact, because we are essentially saying that we want to create a greater carve out for those construction projects that will allow PLAs to exist. And if we've done this 20 years ago, whatever the days were, and we have not got DC residents to work, that's the intent. How can we get DC residents to work? How can we get them good paying jobs and careers where they can sustain themselves in a market where DC is becoming more unlivable because the market is rising and the amount of pay has not kept up? I did want to ask also, there's also a preference for those who have tenure in the unions. I'm trying to figure out how we prioritizing DC residents instead of going out of DC down the road, Pennsylvania, Virginia, West Virginia, recruiting from Virginia to prioritize DC residents on these projects. Have you heard that from the unions as well, Councilwoman?
Sorry, could you repeat that? I didn't quite follow the
just trying to get-
question.
Yes, sorry. I'm just trying to figure out how are we prioritizing DC residents over those who are already in union, who have
That's a
tenure,
good
who
question.
are down the road.
Yes.
I've seen historically, we have recruited people from other places to come to DC to work on PLAs while the DC government is making a priority for these projects.
Understood. Sorry, I just didn't completely hear the formulation of the question the first time you said that. Okay, so just as a reminder, we have several laws on the books that apply for PLAs and non-PLA projects. The first source law, which we know is not working perfectly, right? We know there are challenges with that. And that's on us in the oversight role that we play here at the council. That first source law determines that there needs to be a certain number of DC residents working on any project. That is the case here as well. And I think that's one of the big things here. There are still CBE and SBE requirements under PLAs. PLA is another layer on top of the existing laws that we have in the District of Columbia. I hope we always continue to be a jurisdiction that prioritizes local hiring and disadvantaged businesses. I think we are even stronger if we also require that when public funds are used, that we have strong, fair wages and benefits, and that we can protect against wage theft. And that's what PLAs do on top of the existing requirements. Now, if we have challenges with our first source laws, that is something that we have to fix, but a PLA is not going to change that one way or the other. Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember McDuffie, did you want to be recognized?
Well, I was gonna wait till the last meeting, but, I'm gonna
This
speak
is
to
for
it.
questions here, not debate.
But I was intending to ask a question, Chair. Okay. I heard my colleague talk about the Banneker project. And it was cited as an example of success for PLA, but it was my understanding that, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, Councilmember, was Banneker not subject to an exemption for CBEs?
Not that I'm aware of, but I can double check for you.
I'm pretty sure that it was an exemption for CBEs on the Banneker project. And I think that actually illustrates the point of concern that I have about the efficacy of PLAs. I am a labor person. I grew up in a union household. I actually paid those dues myself as a letter carrier for the United States Postal Service. And so I want to be clear that I'm supportive of the principles of PLA, but I have a concern about whether it actually undermines our ability to support local small businesses. And to the extent it does that,
So just to answer your question on the exemption,
so,
my understanding is that there was not a special exemption for Banneker.
so was the Frederick Douglass Bridge project subject to PLA?
Sorry, what project?
Frederick Douglass Bridge.
Frederick Douglass was, yes.
Okay, and what was the hiring percentage? What was the percentage of DC residents hired on that project?
I don't know.
My understanding that was only 25%.
Okay.
And I think
And
that,
do you think that was because it was a PLA or because we had problems with first source hiring?
I think that the project illustrates yet another example of the PLAs and the policy undermining, the policy supporting PLAs not actually living up to the promise of what PLAs are intended to do. I'm not saying PLAs are bad. I don't think they are. I actually think they're good. But what I think is that we have a problem systemically in the District of Columbia of not being able to provide a supply of workers. And I'm not convinced by the data that I've seen that PLAs are actually better for DC residents or DC small businesses. So I would ask that it be taken off consent and placed on non-consent so I can speak to it at the last meeting with the purpose of hopefully being able to work with Councilmember Nadeau
Mhm.
and Chairman Mendelson between first and second reading to improve this so that it doesn't have adverse impacts on our certified business enterprises, our small business enterprises, and our minority business enterprises in the District of Columbia. That's my intent.
Councilmember Henderson, actually, before you recognize, I would ask that there be order in the chamber. We don't allow for applause or other demonstrations. I don't really want folks to be escorted out of the room, but there's been some applause and I would ask that folks refrain from that, please.
Chairman, can I just got a little extra information. Would I be able to contribute that to the debate at this time?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Can I have a little more information from one of his questions, if it's okay?
Sure. And then,
Okay.
and then.
Sorry, I know there's an order here, but might be helpful to the flow. So the Banneker project exceeded goals for journey worker apprenticeship and skilled labor, met 70% of common laborer goal. And then the Cedar Hill Hospital is on target to meet its CBE and first source goals, if that's helpful.
My question was whether there's an exemption for CBEs on those projects though.
There wasn't.
CBEs in terms
There
of-
wasn't.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Let's
All right.
move on. Let's move on. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councilmember Nadeau, I was wondering if you could speak to the, sorry, I'm gonna wait. Okay. I was wondering if you could speak to the proposed, fiscal impact, for this piece of legislation?
Yes. So the fiscal impact indicates that, sorry if I have the whole thing. Okay. The FIS states that 10% enhancement for 2019 projects appears to have been sufficient, but does not otherwise justify the cost assumption. And so we are talking with the CFO's office right now to sort of get at their other statement in the FIS, which is it is not possible to establish the exact impact of the PLA requirements on the cost of a project while still insisting the 10% assumption there. So at the moment, the FIS indicates a 10% increase cost assumption for Drew Elementary, Green Elementary, Martin Luther King Elementary, Whittier Education Campus.
Okay, do we have any indication, I mean, we're getting the mayor's proposed FY 25 budget tomorrow, that they are going to include the funding, the increased funding for these projects to go forward? Because you've listed 4 schools that have been waiting, and I don't want us, I'm in support of PLAs in general, but I don't want to delay school modernizations from moving forward because we're changing the threshold while these projects have already been under consideration.
It's a reasonable concern, and I do think that the most important conversation we can be having right now is with the CFO to better justify that, because it's, in my mind, not justifiable based on the experience we have in the District of Columbia to add 10% on top of what we're spending, because that's just not what it costs. And so we will work through that with them. We'll continue to work through with them for second reading so that we can give you a straight answer, because I agree with you. We don't want to delay schools.
Okay.
Yeah.
My second
I
question,
want to add to that. So I believe the bill will have a subject to appropriation clause in it.
Right.
Which means that unless the bill is funded, these projects get the additional money. If the CFO doesn't change his view.
Yeah.
Those projects can still move forward. They wouldn't be delayed.
okay, I understand that. I feel like we don't do a really good job of informing the public about the subject to appropriations clauses in terms of some of these pieces of legislation. And I don't want people to assume that if we vote on something today, that it's impactful of these 4 projects immediately going forward, when that is in fact not the case. My second question, Councilmember Nadeau, in my 25 seconds is around, and I know that this bill switched committees, but I'm curious in terms of why you felt that you didn't need to hold another hearing, given that the original hearing on this was last council period, November of 2022. I just want to give you an
Yep.
opportunity to.
Good question. Council rules do not indicate we need another hearing. It's same bill, no substantial changes. And although it's not necessary, the composition of the committee, I was on the last committee as well. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. I'm a strong supporter of unions. And I think PLAs help to make sure when there are projects in DC that people, and particularly residents, are getting good wages and benefits. There are some small businesses in the district, the ones that are doing right by their employees and paying good wages. If they work on a PLA, then those employers are going to have to pay dues for the time they are working on the PLA project, which means that for the time they're working on that project, they're going to make less money. This is a time when nobody can really afford to have less money. And I also worry that's going to create an anti-PLA sentiment that is not going to help us in our work supporting PLA. So how do we resolve, what can we do to resolve the issue of DC residents making less money as we expand the PLA requirement?
So what happens with the PLA is that the workers on the job are part of the union, which means they're getting union wages and benefits, which means they're getting good wages and benefits. And so, I'd rather not speak in hypotheticals. If someone has a specific example of someone who's lost their wages have gone down because they've been on a PLA project, then let's talk about that. But I think largely those conversations have happened in the abstract as a way of sort of trying to do exactly what you're saying, which is, throw water on the idea that a PLA is a good thing for workers. PLAs prevent wage theft. PLAs do often increase wages. PLAs create pathways to jobs. They create apprenticeships. A lot of times, DC workers are looking to get into the union. For those of us today who've been talking about that, are there enough DC workers in unions? For sure there's not. But this is a way to get more DC workers into unions. So all around, to me, this seems like a net add. And, I've really only heard that conversation about wages being less in the abstract. And I'm not aware of that being the case on actual projects. So if you have some examples, I'm happy to get into those with you.
So you would, between first and second reading, welcome examples from employees who believe that they are making less money or would be on specific projects?
Who have, yes, not who believe they would, because I'm not working in hypotheticals.
So, you know, the points about good wages and benefits are points that everybody up here agrees on. The point I'm trying to make is it is important to understand if there are any DC residents who are making less money on a PLA. That would be an important point that would impact this legislation. Do we agree on that?
Absolutely. But I also think that we should look at the projects that have already happened, right? We've had multiple successful projects in the District of Columbia, Nat Stadium, Audi Field, Douglas Bridge, Banneker, that have met their CBE goals. They have met or exceeded their local hiring goals. They've exceeded apprenticeship targets. Those have all been good things. And the discussion around this bill, which is just lowering the threshold of the existing law, seems to be all around hypotheticals when we have some real life examples. So if there are people on those projects that want to come forward, let's talk. But I don't, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me on hypothetical, especially because this is an existing law. We can work with the data that we have.
If I can join in answering that, this is the first I've ever heard that a PLA actually lowers people's wages. In fact, the CFO says it's going to cost the city
No,
more.
Chairman, I want to make sure because this is a really fraught issue. I want to make sure nobody understood me saying that PLA results in lower wages. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm suggesting is what I've seen in committee hearings over the years is issues of wage theft. And in those hearings and in other places, I've heard from local businesses that say, hey, we play by the rules, we pay our workers well. And when we bid on PLA projects, these workers who make Davis-Bacon or more have to pay part of their check into the union. Now, I'm very supportive of PLAs. What I'm wondering is, what do we do if there are residents who on a PLA project have to pay some of their income into a union that they don't plan to join?
So I have heard that argument from those who are opposed to PLAs. I have not heard that argument, frankly, from the supporters of PLAs. Now, you might say that's because this is about union dues, reduce their wages, and the unions support this. But
I don't think we have to take from anybody's talking points. Forget pro and against PLAs. Let's just deal with the facts as they are. That's what I'm trying to understand without getting into anybody else's mess.
Okay. We have a lineup. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. I think that the kind of exploration that Councilmember White is talking about it could be a valuable one, but I would urge that as we look at compensation, that we think not just about take-home pay, but also benefits, because being on a PLA can result in workers who didn't get benefits previously getting benefits. So that comparison, let's do a nuanced comparison there. But the question that I had is, I've heard people say, the union assigns work based on seniority. And so DC workers might be new to the union and they would be loophole in terms of getting access to jobs under a PLA through the union. But does the PLA require that first source trumps, that residents trumps seniority in union assignment? And if it doesn't, because it needs to be that DC residents are the highest priority. If it doesn't provide for that, can we, between first and second reading, look at a way to ensure that DC residency is the main first driver in terms of hiring?
Great question. I would probably phrase it a little differently to sort of better illustrate how our law works. So these are government funded projects, which means that the first source law prevails. A PLA is a second layer that governs, labor peace, that ensures fair wages for people on the job, but it does not create exemptions to first source. So that is really the guiding principle there. A union can't go around first source to put on their favorite or most senior employees, period.
in order to-
Councilmember Truman?
Thank you.
This was a time for questions. I asked a question. I'm done.
Councilmember Pinto?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a really difficult one for me. And I think part of the reason is because the various perspectives on this issue all seem to make a lot of sense. That this is a provision that will support labor, that will support higher wages, more benefits. PLAs are a policy we already believe in and advance in the city. And when I hear from small, particularly minority and women-owned businesses who talk about the projects that they will be excluded from, I feel very frustrated on their behalf and torn about it. And so I just wanted to ask you, Councilor Nadeau, the perspectives of labor leadership and CBE ownership seem to be pretty clear, but at the hearing, what were some of the perspectives of workers that participated either in the hearing or along the process, both who were unionized and non-unionized?
You're asking who participated in the hearing?
Well, I'm asking what was the workers themselves perspective, unionized workers and non-unionized workers, as opposed to the leadership of the union or the ownership of small biz?
Great question. So predominantly I heard from business owners and unionized workers. I'm trying to think of whether workers came to the office from the private labor. I don't think so. Now, I'm not completely surprised because, of course, a lot of workers are on the job during the day, right? So I'm not expecting a lot of people to walk off the job and lose their wages to come lobby the council. But largely the advocacy that has happened to the council on this has been local business owners, labor leaders, local labor leaders, and local labor employees.
Maybe let me ask it in a different way. Not necessarily the people who showed up to the hearing, but in this process that's been going on for at least a year and a half, what have been some of the perspectives of workers about the benefit of lowering the threshold or the harm of lowering the threshold from workers who were unionized and from workers who are non-unionized?
So I'm not going to sit here and repeat arguments against the bill that I'm trying to move on principle. But I think we've heard them all today. And I will say that it's important to remember that that PLAs are already the law of the land at the $75 million threshold. The legislation that's before us would lower the threshold to 50 million, which is higher than what the federal law is now, which is 35 million. The reason that the council adopted this policy in 2015 was because we believed that this is a good policy for projects that we fund in order to prevent wage theft and to ensure good paying jobs with benefits for construction workers on projects in the District of Columbia, and that the prevailing laws on the books were only bolstered by that, meaning local hiring requirements and local business requirements. So what's before us today is, although it has become a relitigation of the underlying law in the debate today, what is before us today is actually a changing of the threshold. So I think, I've talked about a few projects that have come in on time, under budget, have met their hiring goals, and that's great. I don't have a list of the non-PLA projects and whether or not they've also come in on time, under budget, and met their hiring goals. That would be really interesting to see. But I can speak to the ones that have it, and I can speak to the fact that those aspects are working. And I also hear the concerns and also the aspirations for us to do better as a government in terms of local hiring. That's on us. We're the DC Council. We do oversight, right? The law's already on the books. So I'm more than willing to join forces with members who want to see a stronger implementation of our first source laws. And I think that goes hand in hand with a stronger PLA law.
Okay, thank you very much. And if I may, Mr. Chairman, I just have one other question. You've mentioned a couple times, Councilmember Nadeau, wage theft and PLAs protecting against wage theft. Why is that? Why is a PLA structure better to prevent against wage theft?
Union workforces have more protections and more supports than non-union workforce when it comes to bad actors and it comes to employment practices. That's one of the reasons that unions came into being here in the United States, and it's one of the reasons they remain so strong today and why it's so important that we have a strong union presence in the District of Columbia. Thank you.
Second round would be Trayon White, 2 minutes for questions.
I did have a question as relates to something Councilman Pinto just asked about protections for those who are in union versus non-union, because, and I heard you say generally unions have more protections, but oftentimes I hear that, I get a call, Mr. White, where are you? I'm like, who's this? I'm such and such. I'm like, what's going on? I'm at this site, man. They just got rid of all the DC people. I'm like, what? Yeah, we was working on this site. And you look around, every week they're getting rid of us. Ain't they supposed to have DC people on this job? I don't even know the job. So I got to do a little bit of research to figure out what's going on. And I just don't know what those protections that you're alluding to are. I mean, I understand they should be, but what I hear is that we're on a list. And they say, well, my union rep said, I'm added back on the list, so I'm back on the bench till something come up, or, so I'm not sure how they protect it. They just have an opportunity to get on another site is what I consistently hear. So if you could speak to what particular protections, if any, because I'm hearing this far too often, almost weekly from residents on these jobs.
So it's hard for me to comment on that because I don't know what those jobs are, if they're private, if they're public. I mean, they're not PLA jobs, that's for sure, because we've only had 3 so far with 4 in the queue. I don't think we have any ongoing right
So
now.
on PLA jobs, what protections are in place for those who are treated unfairly, discriminated against, kicked off the site, need a district rep support, need a lawyer?
So that actually sounds like a really critical place for a union representative. That's actually almost, I would say, textbook. As a union employee, you have a representative. You don't need a lawyer. You've got a representative who's going to pound the pavement and figure out why you got let off that job, because with a union contract, they can't just let you off that job. Okay, so that doesn't sound like a job that had a union contract, but I'm not going to hypothesize. Again, it's hard to do hypotheticals.
Can I claim my, so some of the unions came to my
Actually,
office.
you're over time.
I know, but I was
last
trying to
question.
reclaim my time.
Sorry.
So some of the union reps came to my office with young people there that were from my ward. And one of the individuals that was there was talking about his gripes. He was in the union.
Sure. He was an apprentice.
Yeah, and the next day he's calling me, telling me, yeah, Mr. White, I'm just trying to research. I'm such and such son. I don't even have a job. So I'm like, you came down here with the union advocating for a job with all these people, and you don't even have a job. So I got to help him find a job. So it's just a disconnect from what should be to what's happening in reality every day. So
I mean, I'm with you on how we have to do better. And I think those apprenticeships are a really good opportunity. I don't know exactly what happened there. But that is a path to getting a union job. It's a good entry point. I mean, I don't know if anyone else met with the apprentices. They were coming around to meet the members, but happy to dig into that one with you. But I would say, generally speaking, once you're part of the union, you're going to have someone who's got your back.
Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. You've been in the hot seat of sorts.
I'll remind you, this is not my bill.
Whose bill is it?
Oh.
I introduced it and I support it.
Understood. Well, I'm of the mind that union jobs are good jobs, and I think many of us up here agree, as has been noted. I have a question about the apprenticeship component. We know that First Source is not operating in the district as we all want. I think there may be some conflation with that issue with shifting the threshold of this PLA agreement. But all that said, the apprenticeships that these unions should be standing up, do you have a sense of how many district youth and or residents are participating and or are in the pipeline? If you don't, I would love to work with you on that, as that has been a focus of mine in Ward 5. And I think we know the problem. I think there's an opportunity for us to target the solution through apprenticeships while expanding good union jobs throughout the region.
Great question. I don't want to give the wrong answer. I don't want to misquote it when we're talking about
Understood.
data.
Understood.
I do know that Banneker exceeded its apprenticeship threshold, which is good. Let's definitely work together. So we've had some really good conversations today on the dais, but also in our morning meeting. And I think at the crux of it, we all agree that we want more high-paying jobs with career paths for district residents, especially district residents who've been overlooked and haven't had access to good work.
Yes.
And that is something that I really want to work with colleagues on. You know, no one bill can solve that for sure. But we noted in our discussion this morning, some of the challenges for our residents getting these jobs that we have to work through, right? Access to transportation, education around drug use, physical fitness, and then other academic requirements like math and reading. And you know what? That's something we've got to solve as a city, because we want people to have access to these jobs that are just waiting there for them. So let's talk.
That's right. And I would just conclude by saying I also acknowledge the call for more district residents benefiting from such substantial investments in construction projects. And we should be focusing as a council on greater enforcement and oversight to ensure that First Source is operating as we all want it to. So I think that's separate than what's before us. I look forward to digging in more, but thank you, Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up to no further questions. Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Yes, it is.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
And there is a fiscal cost?
Yes, in FY 24, just over $1 million, and over the 4-year plan, 27 million.
And that will need to be funded before the bill is applicable?
Correct. And through the capital budget.
And I'm assuming there's a subject to appropriations provision in the bill, or the general counsel can put that in the bill. Without objection, the measure will be placed on the consent agenda.
Non-consent agenda.
Mr. Non-consent.
The bill would be non-consent. The next three measures were reported out of the Committee on Health, chaired by Councilmember Christina Henderson. The first is PR 25-633, Board of Veterinary Medicine Blair Zervos Confirmation Resolution of 2024. Councilmember Henderson?
Israel murdered over 100 people in my family in Gaza. I am a DC resident. Call for a ceasefire. Condemn Israel. Condemn Israel. They're killing and starving people in Gaza.
Who has the floor? Councilmember Henderson, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. PR 25-633.
Ward 6 pastor and a Ward 5 resident, and as a person of faith and a religious leader, we the council call for deep quiet.
Ceasefire resolution NBC. The ceasefire resolution will save lives and protect human dignity, the safeness of human life. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. For an MUA agreement for tourism.
Councilmember Henderson. What's that? When you're ready, or if you want to wait another minute or two. What's that? I didn't hear a word you said. Councilmember Henderson, if you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It feels a little awkward to continue, but eventually we'll have to address that. So PR 25-633 nominates Blair Zervos for appointment as the consumer member of the Board of Veterinary Medicine for a term to end April 16th, 2027. Mr. Zervos is the owner of 1335 H Street LLC, a historical landmark and public art space in the district. Previously, he was the co-founder and owner of H Street Country Club, a popular bar and restaurant. Mr. Zervos provided written responses to a questionnaire and a statement to the committee describing his commitment to rescue animals and animal welfare. He highlighted the strong relationships with the district's veterinary community, and he has built as a consumer member on the board. Mr. Zervos is a Ward 6 resident. I recommend that the council support his nomination and that it be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Are there questions from members? Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Yes, it is.
Madam Budget Director, this is Madam Budget Director, this is a nomination, so it doesn't require a fiscal impact statement.
Correct.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. The next measure is PR 25-640, Board of Psychology, Dr. Patrick Canavan, confirmation resolution 2024. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. PR 25-640 nominates Dr. Patrick Canavan for appointment as a psychologist member of the Board of Psychology. Dr. Canavan has a long career of public service in the district, beginning as a psychology resident at St. Elizabeth's Hospital, where he spent 6 years treating clients at both the hospital and outpatient clinics. From 2007 to 2015, he served as the chief executive order of St. Elizabeth's. Notably, he established a recovery-based treatment program emphasizing trauma-informed care during his tenure. Dr. Canavan is currently principal and owner of a healthcare and management consultancy. Dr. Canavan has a Doctor of Psychology degree from Illinois School of Professional Psychology, and he is a Ward 1 resident. I recommend, we held a hearing on his nomination. He's a great nominee, and I hope that my colleagues will support it. So I ask that this be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Are there questions from members? Shut the door. Why is the door open? You know, I would appreciate it that if folks who are in the chamber right now for a few moments refrain from going out of the chamber and opening the doors. I would also appreciate it if staff or security would make sure the doors are fully shut because they're being ajar. Thank you. Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Yes, it is.
Madam Budget Director, this is a confirmation, no fiscal impact statement.
Correct.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. The last two measures were reported out of the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety chaired by
Mr.
Councilmember.
Chairman, you forgot one. The health occupation revision.
I am sorry. And that was completely unintentional. The next measure is Bill 25-545, also reported out of the Committee on Health. It is the Health Occupations Revision General Amendment Act of 2024. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bill 25-545, the Health Occupation Revision General Amendment Act of 2024, also known as the HORA. I did not name it. That is what it is. Was introduced by Chairman Middleton at the request of the mayor on October 20th, 2023. This is the first general amendment to the Health Occupation Revision Act of 1986 since 2009. The bill makes much needed updates to modernize our healthcare system, including amending the scopes of work, licensure and registration requirements, and licensing boards for a wide range of health professionals in the district. This is a technical and multifaceted piece of legislation, so I'd like to highlight a few provisions I'm particularly excited about before answering any questions that my colleagues may have. First, the bill will expand access to high-quality telehealth by creating the first ever guidelines for telehealth services provided by licensed health professionals in the district. Second, the bill will address critical shortages in the long-term care workforce and encourage more young people to enter the health professions by allowing 16 and 17-year-olds to become certified as nursing assistive personnel. Third, the bill will increase access to life-saving vaccines and child immunizations by allowing pharmacists and pharmacy techs to administer these immunizations. Fourth, the bill will help decrease application processing times for the health professionals by streamlining the administration of the health professional licensing boards. Fifth, the bill will increase the workforce for non-clinical case management by expanding opportunities for individuals with social worker degrees. And finally, the bill will increase safety for minors who choose to get tattoos or ear piercings with parental consent. My staff and I have worked diligently over the past 5 months to meet with public stakeholders in the Department of Health, conduct independent research, and hear extensive public testimony on this legislation. On some topics that garnered significant public opinion, the committee decided to preserve the language in the bill as introduced, or in others, the committee added new language or revised the language from the bill as introduced. In all cases, my team and I spent a significant amount of time understanding the data, best practices, and differing perspectives, and made decisions in the best interest of public health and patient safety. I do have one amendment to the committee print, Mr. Chairman, that I would like to move without objection. This amendment would add back language that was unintentionally struck from the DC code exempting school psychologists and psychologists employed by academic or research institutions working in the confines of their employment from licensure. In 2022, the council unanimously approved Bill 24-648, the School Psychologist Licensing Clarification Amendment Act of 2022, which clarified that the general licensing obligations of the Board of Psychiatry were exempt for school-based psychologists working at both DC public schools as well as public charter schools. This language was unintentionally struck from the bill as introduced and in the committee print. The amendment would also add conforming amendments that were unintentionally excluded from the committee print related to the repeal of the registration requirements for clinical laboratory practitioners and phlebotomists. And the committee's rationale for repealing this registration requirement is detailed in the committee report. Lastly, the amendment clarifies that the graduation requirements for medical imaging and radiation technologists and all of that was circulated, so members should have that. But I move the amendment, hopefully without objection, and then also for the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. So this is an amendment that I believe was circulated, an updated version at 5:24 yesterday afternoon by email by your staff. And it's in order if there's no objection at the committee of the whole. And by it being accepted here, the measure remains on the consent agenda at the legislative meeting. I'm not hearing any objection. So the amendment is accepted. Are there questions for Councilmember Henderson? Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Councilmember Henderson, and congratulations on this huge rewrite amendment that's going to update and modernize a lot of our licensure. Can you speak about the changes to telehealth and what impacts that will have on patients?
Sure. Thank you for that question, Councilmember Pinto. So as many of you all know that telehealth definitely has seen a rise since 2020. but there were no guidelines or laws in place in terms of how to govern that. So the committee print creates the first ever guidance for telehealth. So for instance, it allows for telehealth for existing patient-provider relationships. We'd heard from a number of patients who said had a specialist surgery done at Johns Hopkins in Baltimore, but then couldn't have a follow-up virtual appointment with their provider if they needed to. So that would allow for that. We clarify that boards can create some additional telehealth guidance. So for instance, there was a specific concern that was raised by veterinarians that in order for you to have a telehealth appointment for your pet, that veterinarian should see your pet in person first, which made sense. So that we preserve the ability for the Board of Veterinary Medicine to be able to do that. And then the committee print also addresses concerns that were raised from public testimony regarding drugs, prescription drugs. And so we, for anyone who's participating in the telehealth program, they would still need to abide by the rules of the prescription drug monitoring program, so that we're not creating a new issue in an opioid environment that we're currently in. Oh, sorry. One more thing. We have been in conversations with DC Health in terms of telehealth as it relates to the CON process or the certificate of need process. And so we did not take that up in this particular bill because we felt like there were a number of issues that we have heard from providers and others about the CON process. And so we will be taking that up in a separate piece of legislation later this year.
Right. Okay, thank you very much. And can you also speak to the changes for nurses, and anesthesiologists, and what kind of impact that will have on the current level of training, medical training that those professions undergo?
Yes. So we've heard a number of comments in terms of the language in the legislation as it relates to certified registered nurse anesthetists. To answer your question in the most succinct way is that it doesn't really change much of anything. Many people don't realize that CRNAs have been able to practice independently in the District of Columbia since 1995. That was done in regulation. And in the past, 29 years or so, we haven't had any complaints from the Board of Nursing in part of their ability to do this work. So we felt that the language as introduced by DC Health was sufficient.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. I want to thank you and your staff for your extensive work on this bill. I noted the changes that you are proposing to the social work scope of work, which will allow people who have bachelor's or master's degrees in social work, but are unlicensed to do certain kinds of activities such as case management, which previously was prohibited for those folks. I know your goal is to be responsive to the challenges that we heard related to the social work workforce in the hearing you held on my Social Work Licensing Modernization Act. In particular, organizations that connect people to housing vouchers and move them through the process of getting housed have had difficulty hiring enough staff and case managers to effectively use the housing vouchers that the council funded. I hope the change to the social work scope of work will help this. However, I remain concerned that we're not addressing the core issue, which is that the social work licensing exam has significant and well-documented inequitable outcomes for test takers by race, age, and other factors, all with no data showing that passing the exam means you will be a competent social worker. This is holding us back from having a strong and diverse workforce, social worker workforce. I still believe that removing the exam at the first two levels of licensure is the right approach. But my question for you is, in the absence of this, how can the district address the inherent biases in the current licensing exam to ensure fair and equitable outcomes for all aspiring social workers and gives district residents access to a diverse social worker workforce?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember White. Let me just first say, just in terms of exams in general, I feel like anyone can make an argument in terms of, disparate pass rates by race. If we look at the bar, the medical exam, the nursing exam, the psychology exam, all of the exams have some sort of piece that's built into it. I think what we're doing in this legislation address the initial concern that we've heard from nonprofits raised around, we have residents who have vouchers, but they don't have a case manager in order for them to be able to move forward in terms of housing. So this addresses that immediate need. So we didn't feel well, this bill is a little bit different than the other bill that is currently still pending before the committee. In the conversations that we've had in the last few months with DC Health, we have learned that DC Health is working on an alternative pathway to licensure that does not include the exam. So it will include supervision hours and some other requirements. They have already begun that process. And so my understanding is that it will be done by this calendar year anyway. And so we're going to move forward in sort of supporting DC Health on moving that front. We did not feel comfortable adding that additional piece into this particular HORA bill. But should DC Health be delayed, although I just spoke with the director of DC Health on Thursday about this extensively, should DC Health be delayed in their movement on this, we can certainly take action as well.
Further questions from members? I have three. Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Yes, it is.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda with the amendment that was accepted on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. The next measure is a wrong agenda. Where's the committee of the whole agenda? I believe we have two bills from our two measures from the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety, chaired by Councilmember Brooke Pinto. I don't have the agenda in front of me. If you would, Councilmember Pinto.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's PR 25-591. The District of Columbia Sentencing Commission, Sean Holohan Confirmation Resolution of 2024. This resolution would confirm the appointment of Sean Holohan as a member of the District of Columbia Sentencing Commission for a term ending on July 2nd, 2026. The Sentencing Commission constitutes an important part of our public safety and judicial ecosystem. The commission produces voluntary sentencing guidelines for judges in the district in order to ensure greater consistency and fairness in sentencing. The commission is also broadly responsible for analyzing sentencing data, policies, and practices, both in the district and across jurisdictions. This includes tracking case-by-case sentencing and compliance with the sentencing guidelines. There's currently a 98% compliance rate of district judges with the sentencing guidelines. Mr. Holohan works and resides in the district. He currently serves as the state legislative director of Giffords, a national organization established by former Congressperson Gabby Giffords, dedicated to combating gun violence through state legislation. Prior to that, he worked at the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, or RAIN, as a policy manager for federal and state campaigns. This work was preceded by a directorship and advocacy at NARAL Pro-Choice, a national nonprofit that advocates and lobbies for the protection of reproductive freedoms and women's health. Last, Mr. Holohan has past experience as chief of staff for a state legislator at the Virginia General Assembly. Mr. Holohan currently serves as an advisory neighborhood commissioner for ANC 1B02 and recently finished a 2-year term on the Concealed Pistol Licensing Review Board. I believe that Mr. Holohan's willingness to learn from the commission's fellow members and his awareness of the interplay between local and federal legislative dynamics will contribute an important perspective to the commission. I am also hopeful that he will bring an independent perspective to the commission that takes into account the complex realities of the district's criminal justice system and the important role that sentencing plays. I understand this resolution has been placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting, and I appreciate my colleagues' support for this resolution so that the commission can continue its important work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Are there questions from members? Gosh, this was a hot topic a few months ago. Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Yes, it is.
Madam Budget Director, I think this is a confirmation resolution.
Correct.
No official is required. All right. Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. Bill 25-44. Vulnerable Youth Guardianship Protection Amendment Act of 2024. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today I'm moving the Vulnerable Youth Guardianship Protection Amendment Act of 2024. I want to thank Councilmember Brianna Nadeau for introducing this important bill. This bill addresses an urgent problem. There is currently an inconsistency between district and federal law that undercuts critical support to immigrant youth who have suffered from abuse, abandonment, or neglect. This bill creates a legal class of vulnerable youth, unmarried non-citizens between ages 18 and 21, and authorizes Superior Court judges to appoint guardians for these youth and make other determinations sufficient for these youth to apply for a special immigrant juvenile status, otherwise known as SIJ. A federal humanitarian visa, which covers abused, neglected, or abandoned immigrant youth who are under the age of 21. Those granted SIJ are authorized to work, maintain a social security number, receive assistance for housing and education, and eventually apply for lawful permanent residency. Currently, the Superior Court lacks authority over unmarried non-citizens who are over 18 but younger than 21. The court thus lacks a legal mechanism to appoint guardians for these youth and to issue the orders necessary to allow a number of eligible youth to apply for SIJ, even though federally the age limit is 21. Because of the urgency here, Councilmember Nadeau and I moved and the council passed an emergency version of this bill in July of last year. I do want to note one important change between the emergency and the permanent. In the committee process, we added the provision eliminating court filing fees for these guardianship petitions to ensure accessibility for those who need it. I also want to comment generally on the importance of this bill. Undocumented immigrant youth without the critical support of guardianship are especially vulnerable to abuses like human trafficking and housing insecurity. Federal government has estimated that more than 1/3 of unaccompanied immigrant youth coming to the United States have already reached the age of 17. Advocates have testified that they turn away several youth each month because of this disparity between district and federal law that this bill addresses. They noted that even eligible youth close to the cutoff age of 18 find it difficult to obtain legal representation for speedy filing. Finally, guardians provide invaluable care and support as vulnerable youth pursue their course. Immigrant youth, one of the most vulnerable populations in the district, will benefit immensely from this law. I understand this bill has been placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting, and I appreciate my colleagues' support for this important bill today.
Thank you, Councilmember. Are there questions from members? Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Assistant Secretary. Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Does it have a fiscal
It
impact?
does not.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. That completes consideration of measures from other committees. Under other business, we have consideration of the revised schedule for the public hearings on the fiscal year 2025 budget and multi-year financial plan. This is being presented. We don't actually vote on it. We talked about it a little bit at the breakfast. I have not had a chance to talk to my staff with regard to tomorrow's education hearing, but I will, or excuse me, Thursdays, but I will do that. Is there any comment from any members? Madam Budget, Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendes. I just do want to reiterate, April 11th, we have a lot on the table, and I hope you will take a look at whether that can be broken up, and I hope that you can be open to, if we need to, doing a hearing on Saturday. It's just the number of major agencies on the agenda on April 11th. It's got to be over half the spending that the district does. We have to find a better way to do it.
I thought that's several committees meeting. It's not one committee.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Bonds.
I just wanted to inquire as to whether or not we still have an opportunity to utilize either the 10th or the 11th. I guess the 11th is packed, but is the 10th still available? I
I'd have to
believe
ask the
that was
budget
one
director.
of the.
Hello,
All right.
council member. It looks like all 4 rooms are booked on Wednesday, April 10th. Committee on Health, Committee on Public Works and Operations, Committee on Recreation, Libraries and Youth Affairs, Committee on Business Economic Development, and Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety.
All right, so all of our time slots are pretty much booked unless we could come up with an additional day. Is that?
Well, the 10th is booked. I mean, there are different slots at different times on different days. I don't know if there is an entire day that is available. But if there's a specific request, I'd be happy to take it and look at it.
All right, well, thank you very much. I do expect to provide you with a request. Just not knowing what is possible from the 4th through the 15th of May. So that's kind of, maybe if you could just tell me what might be available, that would help us, and then we can, thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
So you should work with the budget office.
Yes.
They actually the ones who put together the schedule and work with, so work with them and see
All
what
right. Thank
might
you.
be possible. So this schedule, Madam Budget Director, this schedule will be published in the Register and will be publicly available on the council's website, correct?
Correct.
And it'll be on the website now, so people can find out now when the hearings are.
Yes, it is available on the website.
Okay, and the last day of the committee hearings is? I'm going to ask you that, and first reading.
Sure. Let me just scroll back up. The hearings are run from Thursday, April 4th through Thursday, May 2nd.
And then the work session is
The work session is on Wednesday, May 15th. The
2 weeks
first,
later.
correct. The first vote is Wednesday, May 29th, and the second vote is Wednesday, June 12th.
So that's the schedule.
Do we yet know when the final BSA vote will take place?
The final BSA vote is usually 3 weeks or 4 weeks after first vote on the BSA. I don't think it's scheduled, but that's usually when it is. So tell me again when the second vote is on the budget.
June 12th.
So either June 19th or June 26th would be the second reading on the BSA. This is just a reminder to members, don't be taking all the bills that are pending in your committees and think you can load them into the BSA. We love committee reports and we love to hear each other present bills for markup at the full council, or bills at the full council. If there's no further business, we will take about 5 minutes, which means 3:15, we will start the legislative meeting. The time is 3:08 and this meeting's adjourned. I'm calling to order this meeting. This is the regular monthly meeting of the Council of the District of Columbia. I am Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council. Today is Tuesday, April 2nd, 2024. The time is 3:28 in the afternoon. This is what we call a hybrid meeting, meaning that most of the members are present in the chamber or will be. I believe one member is participating online. Our meetings are broadcast on Council Channel 13 and are also available on the council's website, www.dccouncil.gov. This is the 22nd legislative meeting of Council Period 25. We always begin our legislative meetings with a moment of silence. I'd ask if everyone in the chamber as well as on the dais would please respect a moment of silence for reflection. Madam Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Allen,
Here.
Councilmember Bonds. Councilmember Bonds, Councilmember Freeman,
Present.
Councilmember Gray,
Here.
Councilmember Henderson,
Here.
Councilmember Lewis George. Here. Councilmember McDuffie. Councilmember McDuffie. Chairman Mendelson,
Present.
Councilmember Nadeau.
Here.
Councilmember Parker,
Here.
Councilmember Pinto,
Present.
Councilmember Robert White,
Present.
Councilmember Trayon White.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We have the Secretary's report of committee filings. I'm going to recognize the Chair Pro Tem, Councilmember McDuffie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to waive the reading of the Secretary's report.
So a motion to waive the reading of the report. Is there discussion? This is
Yeah.
on committees.
The log is coming next.
The log is,
Next.
oh, the log's next. Okay, go ahead.
All those in favor of the motion to waive the reading of the Secretary's report of committee filings, say aye.
Hi.
Are there any no votes? The ayes have it unanimously. We have the Secretary's report of introductions and referrals. Again, Councilmember McDuffie.
And I'll move to waive the reading of the Secretary's log of introductions and referrals.
Motion to waive the reading, Councilmember Lewis George.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to request a change to the Secretary's log of introductions. The law currently reflects the referral of B 25-0758, the Showing Up for Students Amendment Act of 2024, to the Committee of the Whole with comments from the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety. Given that the bill makes substantive changes to the policies and practices of the Child and Family Services Agency and the laws governing the abuse and neglect of children, I request that you re-refer this bill B 25-0758 to include a co-referral to the Committee on Family Services, where Child Family Services Agency resides.
Let me take a look at it. You gave me this memorandum this morning. And so I will look at it and reconsider the referral.
Thank you.
Councilmember Parker.
Mr. Chairman, as the author of said legislation, I would concur with that recommendation and would also say, I think referring to the Committee of the Judiciary and Public Safety is unnecessary, as the legislation doesn't impact, as I understand it, any of the statutes pertaining to that committee or underlying codes pertaining to that committee.
Okay. This is provoking discussion. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would disagree that it doesn't pertain to it, and I'm so appreciative that you introduced this bill. I think it is one of the most important issues that's facing our city right now, is making sure that kids do show up and go to school. This is a very common issue that comes up with our oversight function with the Attorney General's office that handles a lot of the truancy issues, both with the ATTEND program, the ACE diversion program, and referrals. And so I think ensuring that the Judiciary Committee perspective is included here is important on this issue.
So I will look at this. So just so everybody understands, my practice when there's a request for referral is I ask for a memo. You gave me a memo, so I understand the arguments. And I asked the council officers, in particular, general counsel and the secretary, for them to review it and give me their view of it. I look at it as well, and then I will write a memorandum that will make a referral or explain why I'm not. So, and I'll do that before the next log.
Yeah.
So thank you for bringing it up. We have a motion to waive the reading of the secretary's log. Is there further discussion? The vote will be on that motion to waive the reading. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. We have the consent agenda before us. And before I recognize anyone, I believe on page 4, under first reading and vote of proposed bills, number 1, healthy homes and residential electrification, you will be on non-consent. That number 3 on the same page, revised project labor agreement cost threshold, will be on non-consent. That on page 7, under final reading and vote on temporary legislation, number 7, secure DC Omnibus Temporary Amendment Act, will be on non-consent. Are there any other changes to to the consent agenda? I don't hear any. So we have the consent agenda before us. This has become a pandemic habit. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll? The votes on the consent agenda with those 3 removals.
Councilmember Allen,
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes, Councilmember Bonds,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes, Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman votes yes, Councilmember Gray,
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes, Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes, Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes, Councilmember McDuffie,
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes, Chairman Mendelson,
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes, Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes, Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Parker.
Yes.
Councilmember Parker votes yes, Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes, Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes, and Councilmember Trahan White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trahan White votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The consent agenda is approved unanimously. Beginning with items removed from consent. On page 4, Bill 25-119, Healthy Homes and Residential Electrification Amendment Act of 2024. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Last year, this council approved funding for this bill through DC Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, which is a fund within the Department of Energy and Environment that has many uses, but broadly speaking, it helps fund most of our green, climate, and energy programs in the city. They're funded through that. DOE has outlined plans to use about $20 million per year from this fund on our Healthy Homes Law. And some of that work is actually already underway, including a pilot electrification project that we funded this year in River Terrace and Deanwood communities of Ward 7. I actually just heard the other week from one of those longtime residents and seniors that benefited from this major home improvement. And she said it made a huge difference for her home, for her cooking, for her utilities. It's been a big change for her, a positive one. I asked for this bill to be moved off the consent agenda, knowing this council fully supports it, so that I could make 2 comments. First is that I'm very grateful that Ellison Laskowski could join us today in the chamber. As many of my colleagues know, this bill was a major priority and focus for her husband, Chris Laskowski's work at the council over the last year, and I'm very glad that she's here to be able to see this vote. But I also wanted to add a second comment, because I'm also very concerned about the rumors that we've been hearing that when the mayor releases her proposed budget tomorrow in less than 24 hours, that she is going to defund this program and the council's previously approved funding intended to target home energy improvements and assistance for low-income households and seniors. In fact, we're hearing that not only will these efforts be defunded, but that we'll also see dollars swept from dedicated funds that finance and build affordable homes in wards 4, 5, 7, 8 through the DC Green Bank. And on top of that, as we noted earlier today, we've just seen the term sheet for Monumental Sports and Cap One Arena, where the executive is committed to expediting additional funding on top of the capital funding that we're committing today for Monumental Sports from the DC Green Bank and PACE program, a program that is capped annually So let's make clear that every dollar diverted toward monumental from this PACE source is a dollar that's now not available for affordable housing creation in our city. Now, I hope that I'm wrong, but if we see this tomorrow, it's not just a proposed budget that's conservative on climate. I think it would be toxic to climate. It would set us back years, if not decades, in reaching our climate goals. And to be clear, it would do so directly on the backs of low-income people and people of color in our city. If Healthy Homes is defunded in the mayor's budget tomorrow, it would be a boon for Big Gas, which despite its name is owned by the Canadian company AltaGas, at the expense of 30,000 low-income DC households. It would also mean that the federal infrastructure funding that we're pairing with this local funding will become next to useless because there's a cap on how much you can spend on gas to electric home renovation under it. And it's about half of what the actual renovations cost. The local dollars that we're proposing unlock the federal dollars. And if this budget were allowed to pass, it means that we're not only going to harm lower income households in our city, but we're also just going to walk away from federal money on the table. It would be a wasted opportunity. I'm sure what we're going to hear tomorrow is that we have a tight budget and we got to look at all of our sources to balance it. So let me translate that. The council created a very attractive pot of money exclusively for improving the health of low and moderate income people, and it's very likely going to be swept the day after this bill is unanimously approved. Add that to the list with baby bonds, SNAP, money for eviction defense, emergency rental assistance, many essential programs for our most vulnerable. I know that I'm ready to fight for our local longtime residents and households and to fight for climate action that our city desperately needs. I'm proud this council is going to take a monumental step in that direction today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I urge my colleagues' support for this vote today.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Further discussion on the bill? Councilmember Allen, do you want a roll call or a voice vote?
I think if it's unanimous, a voice vote's great, unless everybody wants to do a roll call. People
will have a
exploring
voice
for a
vote.
roll call.
The vote will be on the, we'll do a voice vote.
I'm getting looks for a roll call, Mr. Chairman. So I'll ask for a roll call.
All right, there's been a, Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Freeman.
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yeah.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Parker.
Yes.
Councilmember Parker votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. And Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
I haven't announced the vote yet. Thank you, Madam Secretary. The vote was 13-0. The bill is approved on first reading by unanimous vote. The next item is Bill 25-469, Revised Project Labor Agreement Cost Threshold Amendment Act of 2024. Councilmember Nadeau.
Mr. Chairman, so moved.
All right, is there discussion on the bill? Then we could proceed to
Yes. Oh, go ahead.
Councilmember Pinto.
I've thought a lot about this bill, and I really appreciate the arguments that were laid out this morning, and I appreciate Councilmember Nadeau clarifying that this is just a threshold. But at the end of the day, we have a really exceptional CBE community in DC and a small business community that is struggling and that needs additional support. And the concerns that have been raised, I don't feel comfortable that they have been sufficiently overcome. And so I want to continue to look for additional ways to support PLAs, to make sure that we can go after wage theft, which is an unacceptable problem that we see in the construction industry and in various different types of contracts. But I cannot support this bill today. And I urge my colleagues to stand with our CBE community today.
Further discussion on the bill? Councilmember Tran White, you're going to be recognized.
Yes, thank you. I just want to say for the public that I support the original form of the PLA, even unions in general, what they represent, especially around collective bargaining agreements and getting people opportunities collectively than people just fighting things one off. We saw that the progress of that, not just in DC, but across the United States. This additional PLA concerns me for a number of reasons. I just don't quite understand what these particular unions have done to increase the portal of DC residents into their unions to get access to equitable jobs and opportunities. The common theme I hear, and not just under this PLA, but construction in general, is that, Mr. White, I got into this project to do construction. I thought it was going to be a preference for me being a DC resident, and I'm off the project. Not only am I off the project, but everyone I knew who was on the project from DC is now gone. And not saying that this PLA addresses that or don't address that, but I do know that there are some loopholes in our workforce and theology of what should happen versus what is happening every day. And I think that we have to do a better job of closing the gaps. And for 20 years, we have not. We've even rearranged our CBE laws, and I'm hearing from our local CBEs that they are not supportive of this PLA. And I'm concerned because those are the people sometimes I have to call to say, can you hire this person to do this? Or can you hire this person to do that? And if they're not in support of it, I don't know who else to call because for example, I called one of my relatives who was in a union and he was furious. You know, he has an overzealous personality in general, but when I mentioned unions, he became irate that I even asked him something like that. And he just explains how he's always on the first to get hired, last to get hired, first to get fired. And I don't know if it's a personality, but I do know that when I left the meeting with the unions, one of the young men from the union called me because he didn't even have a job. And so I'm like, if you with the unions walking in here talking about support the unions, you're not even working, what are we really doing? And so I'm just concerned that those residents who are in unions, who don't have tenure, pushed to the back of the seat, trying to get an opportunity for those who are coming from other places to get these jobs as we open up greater opportunities. And so I still have not heard how we're going to fix that. What's the pipeline to get onto these jobs for DC residents? Because the ones who are working in construction, not all of them are unionized. And so today I'm going to vote no. I look forward to working with my colleagues, trying to figure out how to close the gap and figure out ways to get DC residents hired because that helps more of us get an equitable wage in DC and grow our families here. And outside of that, people are moving everywhere else trying to get opportunities. They even said in one of the 30 more seconds, Chairman.
Without objection.
In one of the letters I got, it was saying that even when I get an opportunity, it's in Maryland and Virginia, and it's hard for me to get out there early in the morning, those type of things. And when I heard about the barriers, the union explained they had transportation barriers, they couldn't pass the math exam, drug testing, physical requirements, which may be legit gripes. But what are we doing with the amount of resources we've gathered over the last 10 years, with the amount of resources we have in addition to close those gaps? We haven't gotten there, but we want to double down, not double down, but open up more opportunities for the PLA. We haven't fixed the issues that they continuously say to us that they haven't fixed in 20 years. So I'll be voting no today and hopeful that we can close some of these gaps and get people employed.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember McDuffie.
I raised most of my concerns in the breakfast meeting and asked a couple of questions earlier during the committee of the whole. But what I'd like to reiterate now is just the lack of data, in my opinion, in my experience, to support that these agreements are helping the district to achieve its goals of hiring DC residents, particularly District of Columbia minority residents who are seeking employment in these industries. And that is a real concern for me. The racial equity impact assessment for this measure stated that the project labor agreements have an inconclusive impact on racial equity of the district. And I think we should understand better what exactly the impact is before we move forward with a measure like this. Because ultimately, I think there is some agreement about the principles undergirding project labor agreements, with which I agree and support and have supported previously. Unfortunately, I don't have the information that supports that these PLAs are getting DC residents hired to the extent we want them to. Conversely, what I've heard from local small businesses, some of whom are in the chamber today, is that they make it difficult for them to do business. They make it more expensive for them to do business. Meanwhile, they are actually hiring DC residents, Black and brown residents, on these projects. And so I see a convergence that is making these two goals come into conflict. And I'd love to eliminate that tension to be able to support project labor agreements, but not at the expense of our local small businesses, particularly those minority women-owned businesses that have been clear in expressing their concerns with these agreements. They've also raised that in some cases, they have been exempted, they being the LSDBEs, from the requirements of the PLAs under a certain threshold. And I would like, between first and second reading, to be able to work with Councilmember Nadeau and the chairman and anybody else who's interested on amending this law to provide a similar exemption to local small businesses, so that this goal and this policy does not harm them in the way that they have suggested it will.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I raised a question during the committee of the whole about the FIS for this, and I just want to ask another sort of clarifying question around maybe to the budget director or to the general counsel. So the current FIS from the CFO is related to 4 projects that are currently in the CIP. I recognize that the bill has subject to appropriation language, but I'm curious, does that only apply to projects that are in the existing CIP, and therefore any new projects would be subject to this threshold agreement? Either one of you, Nicole or Jen.
I could volunteer an answer, but I'm not the budget director or the general counsel.
That is correct. So either the budget director or the general counsel.
So this bill is subject to appropriations. Once it's funded, it will no longer be subject to appropriations. So each, if a new project were to be added to the CIP that would meet the threshold, it must be funded to meet the new threshold.
Okay, so from a practical standpoint, we see the new CIP tomorrow. So if the mayor's proposing adding a new project into the CIP, it must meet the updated costs requirements for the
Well,
CFO?
I mean, it would not be required to, because this is not yet law.
Okay,
So if we were to pass this and fund it, we would need to get an updated FIS from the CFO's office that incorporates any new projects that would fall under this, that are in the new, I guess it would be 2025 through 2030 CIP. And we would need to fund all projects within that 6-year CIP in order to get the subject to appropriations repealed.
okay. Taking that into it, I'm going to vote present today because I want to understand the full fiscal impact of what we're signing up for. Also to make sure that schools that are on the existing pipeline don't stop, or that we are able to add the additional funding, whatever that funding might be, to the project.
Mr. Chairman.
I just feel like I don't have a full scope here of like how much money we're talking about. And I feel like we should have some inkling of that. But this is only on first reading, so I'm voting present today. Thank you.
Councilmember Nadeau, I think one of the.
Can I just
answers-
respond? Just. I think it would be helpful to think of it as the inverse. So it won't go into effect on a project unless the funding's in the budget. Right? Does that make sense?
Yes, but we also have rules around if we don't fund a bill within X number of years, the bill goes away. Like
Yeah.
that law is repealed. So either we're committing to do this or we're not.
100%. But if your worry is about delaying projects, I don't want you to be worried.
Understood.
You do know we pass a lot of bills subject to appropriation.
I do.
Yes. I'm just mentioning that because this is a concern that I think is a legitimate concern, but
Yes,
you
and
ordinarily.
you have a
members don't-
you have a track record, Mr. Chairman, of finding that funding when you really want something to get done. And I just want to understand how much we're signing up for. Because you are very tenacious in your job.
Well, thank you. Thank you. If you want an additional couple minutes. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I take to heart the concerns around how the district CBE community is faring, as well as our commitment to the first source policies that are already on the books. I don't see that as mutually exclusive from what we're trying to do here. In fact, we know that the district's middle class was built on union labor. The nation's middle class was built on union labor. And that benefits everyone, including Black and Brown residents, including residents in wards 5, 7, and 8, and the list goes on. Again, still, I take to heart the concerns around how do we ensure that if we lower this threshold, which, by the way, I think it's worth underscoring, we're only talking about the impact to 4 additional projects. So this doesn't open the floodgates that says we are now going to put at risk the entire CBE or small business community. I don't think that's persuasive. But I would be willing to work with Councilmember Nadeau and colleagues to build in contingency so we can do both. We can lower the threshold for PLAs and ensure we provide guarantees that the money is going to district residents, if that truly is your concern. I would encourage colleagues to vote for this, and let's work to improve it between now and second vote, because I fear not doing this now sends the wrong message. As was mentioned earlier, this PLA policy is already on the books, is at a higher threshold. We're reducing the threshold, and that's all this policy is doing, while the criticisms and concerns are very valid. Last thing I would just say, in terms of the apprenticeship pipelines, and that was part of my question to Councilmember Nadeau earlier, I do think there is a unique opportunity by lowering this threshold and linking vulnerable youth who are, for a host of reasons, hard to employ in the district with these opportunities. And so again, I see this not only as a opportunity to expand good paying jobs, but a lifeline to youth who are in many ways at harm's risk here in the district. So for those reasons, I will be voting for it, and I encourage colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Louis George.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. I hear the concerns here. I just want to make something clear that I want district residents to have good union jobs. My mother was a postal worker, a union worker. And as a result of my mom being in a union, raising 3 kids as a single mom, when my brother had asthma, she could make sure he could get an inhaler. She could make sure he could go to the hospital. When I got sick, she could take off work, make sure I was okay, make sure my sister was okay. My family, uncles, cousins have done construction work as well. And the difference between when you're in a union and when you're not in a union can be stark. And I just think, we're talking about making sure people get fair wages, that they're not cut out and have somebody who's going to have their back if they're not getting paid fair wages. We're talking about benefits to workers, health benefits, transit benefits to workers. We talked about transit being an issue, but that's something that unions do. health and safety protections, which is something big to the Black community when we have construction jobs, making sure they're inhaling, not inhaling toxins. They have the appropriate mask that they're supposed to wear, that somebody cares about that and somebody's going to fight for that to make sure later on in their life they're not getting cancer and other diseases because of unfair construction practices that happen. So we're talking about health and safety protections as well for workforce development. I understand I want people in our community to have good paying union jobs. When wage theft happens, everybody can't afford no lawyer. Like real DC people don't have a lawyer to go fight for them. But if you have a union, you got somebody to fight for you. So I just don't understand like some of the tension here, because I think we all want our people to be in good union jobs, to have the protection, the health protections, the safety protections, the benefits, the fights that we are unable to have just because we're not independently wealthy, to be able to do that. And I agree, we went out to a facility to actually go to union to see, the trades. And they did say to us, we're having trouble recruiting from DC high schools. That's not a union's fault. That's the education system fault. We're not preparing our young people and we're not helping them. Yes, the unions can step in and come in earlier, but that's our fault. We have a Department of Employment Services. We have an education provider. We can't be putting that on them. And we don't use that excuse for any other types of unions either. There's unions that we have, no shade, but we have unions where we give $25,000 signing bonuses to those members, and we don't require, and they're not district residents all the time. So investing in unions is a good thing all across the board in every sector, which we all agree on. So just I don't think we should be putting it just on the construction unions that they're not doing enough, but we have other unions we're investing in that are doing the same amount of effort to try to get district residents in that regard. So I say this, I want to see district workers have good union jobs. I wanted to see them have good protections to be able to raise their kids, to be able to afford to live in this city. And they can't afford to live in this city if they're getting sub-minimum wages and if their wages are getting stolen. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman. As we talk about trade jobs, seems like a good reminder that we have a vocational education expansion bill that I hope we are going to pass, because these are good jobs. I happen to introduce that bill, and I think it's important. I am trying to, as we have this conversation, I'm trying to read the fiscal impact statement, because my understanding is that these are Davis-Bacon jobs. So I'm trying to understand, Madam Budget Director, where the increased cost is coming from.
I didn't write this FIS. It is from the CFO's office. They assume that costs are 10% higher under a PLA. They believe that that's not due to Davis-Bacon, but it's more of that there are less contractors bidding for the various jobs.
Okay.
That's what was relayed to me in an email today, but I really can't speak anymore on it any more than that.
I appreciate that. I'll need to examine this more closely, because we should be paying the wages that should be paid. And wage theft has a cost to the district as well in several ways, enforcement and the impacts on families. With this bill, it sounds like we're going to take a look at this between first and second reading to make sure we're not harming our small local businesses that are really trying to provide good jobs for people. But I also think there's broad recognition in this council of the important role that our unions play. There's also some belief that we can do better about getting DC residents into these apprenticeship programs. So when this bill passes, what I'm going to do is work with our labor committee or our labor community, maybe a monthly call. I want to know the numbers that are going into these apprenticeship programs. I want to see those DC residents, and I want to track them by month to make sure there is benefit. If the city is going to continue to do things that are going to benefit our unions and workers, then I want to see that benefit transferred to our residents. So, Chairman, I'm going to vote yes. I'm going to work with you between first and second reading. But after this bill passes, I'm going to work to hold our unions accountable and work with them to to make sure we have DC residents, and any barriers that are stopping residents from getting into these apprenticeship programs, we'll work together to remove those barriers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Fruman?
Thank you very much. Just in that last back and forth really has me even more puzzled, because the idea is the cost would be higher because fewer contractors bid. And so the idea would be without it, the cost would be lower and CBEs would participate. But with it, the price would be higher and CBEs wouldn't participate. I don't understand that. If there were more money, why wouldn't they participate? And the Davis-Bacon wages are the same. So that puzzles me, and looking with the CFO at how that idea came to be, I think will be an important thing to do between first and second reading. I'm also going to support this bill. I share Councilmember Louis George and Councilmember Parker's view about the importance of unions. The middle class here, the middle class across the country was built on unions. Unions stick up for their workers. One of the things, and there was somebody raised an issue of a union worker who was saying they couldn't get on a job site. And one of the things I heard when I went to the training center was we need to have jobs in the pipeline in order to be able to put our folks to work and in order to train more workers. So having a PLA and having more jobs that much more accessible to our unionized workers can grow the base of our unionized workers and keep them in jobs. I think that's a really important goal for us as a city. And this is a discussion here, but this discussion is happening nationwide. And boy, we need stronger unions today around this country, not to do things that undermine them. So I'm going to enthusiastically support this legislation.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have listened across a lot of the concerns that have been expressed, and a lot of the concerns I've heard throughout the course of the day may be legitimate, but they're not necessarily about the bill that's in front of us. I think that this legislation is one I'm strongly supporting, because I think it's going to be one that helps make sure that we've got more folks in union jobs. But when I hear concerns around how do we help build a better pipeline, I'm going to wager unanimously we want to create a stronger pipeline for great paying jobs with great benefits. And hey, I'd like for those to also be union jobs. How do we help connect our DC students into the trades and then into apprenticeship and then into that job site with full-time employment and career? I think everybody agrees on that. We want to see that happen. That's not actually what this bill's about, though. When I hear us talk about, well, the costs are going to go up, there's a lot of reasons why I've seen costs go up in this budget over the last couple of years. But sometimes costs go up because you got to pay to do the right thing. And so I'm not turned off by the fact that, yeah, we're going to have to probably pay more for that project to get done the way we want it to get done. When I think about protections on the job site, I think that unions do a phenomenal job of protecting our workers, knowing their rights and protecting them at the end of the day. I think that this bill should pass, but I also don't think anybody is, when I hear some of the conversations, they're beyond the scope of the bill sometimes. And I think that there's very legitimate things we need to continue working on, whether that be how are we tracking and making sure that we've got DC residents getting these jobs? How are we making sure we're building out the pipeline? How are we making sure that we're holding accountable every part of this system for those wages and those protections and those good jobs? So I am going to enthusiastically support the bill today, but I also hope that we as a council and we as a government follow up on a lot of the really great points that have been raised, because I think there's a lot more that's well beyond the scope of this bill that I think is very worthwhile and very much an important part of making sure DC residents have a pipeline into a great career. and I think work to help support our local businesses. So, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate a really healthy debate on this today. A lot of great questions, and it sounds like there's gonna be a lot more between first and second reading as well. But I'm in full support of this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. So I'm going to speak for a few minutes because there are a few members, a couple who are not supportive of the bill, and I'm hopeful that maybe they will reconsider their thinking on this. There's been a lot of talk about the bill, but I want to kind of go back a little bit before that. What is the reason for a PLA? So federal labor law for decades has allowed a project labor agreement. Otherwise, it's not possible for a government to require that a contractor be a union shop. The reason for a PLA is because it promotes job stability. There are other benefits which some members have talked about in terms of union wages and benefits, but really stability is the strongest argument. And so the district has for years had a policy of requiring PLAs on big projects like the Frederick Douglass Bridge. And it's a way of ensuring that that project is more likely to get done and get done on time and within budget. And without the potential of disruption because of worker unhappiness or some fraud against, like wage theft against workers. Over the years, when the issue of PLA has come up, almost always what it devolves to, and I was hoping to avoid this, is union versus non-union, but I have never seen a business that opposed a PLA that didn't oppose being a union shop. And I mean, that's just basically it. And so the businesses that are opposed to this legislation are businesses that feel they can't compete because they don't want to have, just for the temporary duration of the job, a union to have union workers. So this is really about, several members have talked about this, about unions or anti-unions. So when we talk about issues like CBEs, that's not actually what this bill is about. And actually, Councilmember Allen, I think you made that point very well. But we talk about the failure to hire DC residents. That's not what this bill is about. So let's just say the votes are here for the bill, but let's just say the bill isn't passed. And so we keep the current law. Well, we're not going to see any more hiring of DC residents. We're not going to see any more CBEs because that's tangential to this legislation. This legislation is not responsible for that. And that reminds me, Councilmember, I did say I would work with you between now and second reading and see if we can address some of those issues. I want to say one other thing about the FIS, and that is for years, I have disagreed with the CFO who just simply says, buys the line that this makes projects more expensive. 10%. Why 10%? And where's the evidence for this? And where's the research been? So was Frederick Douglass 10% more expensive? Was the convention center 10% more expensive? Was the National Stadium 10% more expensive? With all due respect, the CFO is just making this up. And he made it up when we did it at 75 million, and he's making it up now when we're saying 50 million. And yes, I'm going to have a conversation with the CFO because he makes up stuff on some of the other fiscal impact statements. We respect the process. So as long as the FIS says that there's this cost, yes, we have to bake it into the capital improvement plan. But in my view, it's not a real number, just speaking to the fiscal impact. So this bill really is, well, and when I introduced this years ago at 75 million, I think I actually introduced it at a lower threshold, and we increased it to 75 million to reduce the fiscal impact so that it actually could get funded and can become the law. And by the way, I don't recall that in the last, 5-7 years that we've had it at 75 million, that there's been complaint, instability, project unrest, projects going over budget. I don't remember that with any of the projects over the last 5-7 years. So I don't know why it's going to come true now, other than, with all due respect to the non-union shops don't like this because they don't want, they just to their core do not want to have union workers. And that's okay. But that's not a reason to oppose the legislation. And as a government, like other governments, like the federal government at 35 million, we think this is good public policy, and I'm over my time. So I am strongly supporting this bill, and I would urge that other members who've had some second thoughts, that you have a third thought and that you vote for this legislation. If there's no other discussion on the bill, we can get by with a voice vote.
That's fine with me.
Yeah.
I think we should do a roll call.
Are you asking for a roll call?
Yes.
Yeah, Councilmember Pinto has requested a roll call. Madam Secretary?
Councilmember Freeman.
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson, present. Councilmember Henderson will be recorded as present. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
I'm gonna pass.
Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Parker.
Yes.
Councilmember Parker votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
No.
Councilmember Pinto votes no. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Present.
Councilmember Trayon White will be recorded as present. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. And Councilmember McDuffie. Councilmember McDuffie will be recorded as present. Mr. Chairman, there are 9 yeses, 1 no, and 3 presents.
The bill is approved. Thank you, Madam Secretary. We will turn now to, on page 7, item 7 on the page, which is Secure DC Omnibus Temporary Amendment Act of 2024, Bill 25-736. Councilmember Pinto.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Discussion?
I don't have no discussion.
We'll have a voice vote on this. All those in favor of the bill say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Councilmember Wright,
Chairman, report me as present, please.
Councilmember Trayon White will be recorded as present. The bill is approved unanimously. I believe that gets us to the non-consent agenda. No, we are already on non-consent. On page 8. The first measure, so we're on emergency bills at this point. And the first bill is Local Rent Supplement Program Eligibility Emergency Declaration Resolution of 2024. So moved. The purpose of this is to amend the DC Housing Authority Act of 1999 to allow applicants for local rent supplement vouchers to self-certify eligibility factors such as income, and to prohibit the Housing Authority from inquiring into an applicant's immigration status or prior criminal arrest, convictions, or pending criminal matters for purposes of determining eligibility for or receipt of a local rent supplement voucher. Similar legislation was adopted by the council on July 11th, 2023. And it will expire, the temporary will expire on April 28th. That is this month. And so I move this declaration. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Froehlich.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I understand the concern about people getting stuck in the pipeline and dealing with all of the paperwork. And I think we need to be addressing that to get people so that they can qualify for a voucher. I share the concerns that the mayor aired in her letter about relying entirely on self-certification in a setting like this. I hear about situations where folks end up having to apply for ERAP and draw from that when they otherwise, if they had recertified their income, could qualify for increased federal assistance. I just think we need to be careful in this space. I also, the rules around criminal backgrounds are different in a DCHA housing development than in this setting. And in the DCHA housing development, there's more supervision, and in this setting, there's less. I understand we've been doing this on emergency. I know that there's going to be an effort to address these things on permanent. And I want to hear the full discussion of it on permanent, but at this point, I'm not comfortable supporting this for the same reasons that the mayor expressed in her letter this morning.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Further discussion on the declaration?
Chairman.
Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I would like to understand what has changed since we passed the measure in 22. Anything changed?
Permanent bill is pending in the committee.
So that is the reason why this is extended.
Correct.
So nothing else has changed.
Correct, but it is good policy. Because you'll recall that it was much more difficult for folks to apply for the local rent supplement program vouchers. And this makes it easier.
Well, it makes it easier, but it just seems to me the reason we ended up with so many vouchers available is because we didn't have the social workers to work with the individuals. And so I heard my colleagues speak earlier about the continuing need to get social workers. And that is a curriculum that takes 5 years. So I'm just a little concerned as to why we would want to continue this policy, knowing that individuals who are without housing are in a dire strait. And why is it that we feel that we should not know something about who they are? Take, for instance, the value of having a wait list, the value of having opportunities for rapid rehousing. Are we saying that for rapid rehousing, there is no requirement to have background checks, no requirement for registration to have proof of your identity? Is
Well,
that how
this-
rapid rehousing
This
works?
bill has nothing to do with rapid rehousing.
I know, but rapid rehousing is frequently the prelude to actually having a voucher. And so I'm trying to understand why we would say on one side, if you want to be housed instantly through rapid rehousing, you have to identify yourself. So I'm trying to understand why, when both programs are about housing those that need housing the most, we are not one set of rules for one group, another set of rules for another group.
I'm not prepared to talk about rapid rehousing today. I introduced this emergency because I want to maintain the status quo while the permanent bill is pending. And the council approved the emergency a year ago because we felt that the government was making it unnecessarily difficult for individuals to be able to obtain vouchers, and we want the vouchers to be used. I mean, part of your question was about all the unused vouchers. Well, let's get them used. So we want to make it easier for people to apply for and obtain a voucher. That's what this bill's about.
Well,
And there's been no allegation of misuse or fraud that I'm aware of.
I was trying to understand why for one set or one type of housing, we have a different set of rules from the more permanent, which is what a voucher is. So I was just trying to understand.
I think that question is best considered as part of the permanent legislation. Further on the declaration? We have the declaration before us. I think we can do a voice vote since all the members are here but one. No? I do what the secretary says. Madam Secretary, will you call the roll on the declaration?
Councilmember Gray,
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Parker.
Yes.
Councilmember Parker votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trahan White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trahan White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Freeman.
No.
Councilmember Freeman votes no. Mr. Chairman, there are 12 yeses and 1 no.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The declaration is approved. We have the underlying bill, Bill 25-780, so moved. Discussion? We'll have a voice vote on this. All those in favor of the bill, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
The bill is approved. Councilmember Freeman, do you want to be recorded as no?
Please record me as no.
The bill is approved. The next measure is Association Meeting Flexibility Emergency Declaration Resolution of 2024. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman. This is an extension of legislation that we've had in effect on an emergency or temporary basis since 2020. The district's condominium laws have allowed condo association boards to meet virtually for nearly a decade now, but the permanent law is silent on whether the entire association can conduct virtual meetings without amending their bylaws. The COVID-19 pandemic made clear this was a problem because condo associations are supposed to meet every year. Condo associations continue to benefit from the ability to meet virtually if they choose to do so. The Committee on Housing expects to make this permanent this council period. I move the Association Meeting Flexibility Emergency Declaration Resolution of 2024. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Is there discussion? We have the declaration before us. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Parker.
Yes.
Councilmember Parker votes yes. Councilmember Pinto. I'll come back. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trahan White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trahan White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Freeman.
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Pinto is absent. Mr. Chairman, there are 12 yeses and 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I can believe you said it was 12-0. The declaration is approved unanimously. We have the underlying bill before us, Bill 25-766. Councilmember White,
So moved.
discussion? By a voice vote, all those in favor of the bill say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Are there any no votes? The bill is approved unanimously. The next measure is relief for River East at Grandview Condominium Owners Emergency Declaration Resolution of 2024 PR 25-707. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It has been a long road to get to this point. 13 years ago, the Department of Housing and Community Development gave a loan to developers to build 46 affordable housing units on Talbot Street in Ward 8. By the end of 2016, the project was built and ready for move-in. For the next 2 years, 46 households bought condos at River East at Grandview. Many of these households were led by Black women who became homeowners for the first time using the district's home purchase assistance program. Others were retirees, recent graduates, young couples, veterans, parents, and parents-to-be. Chairman, your mic is on. Each buyer had their own dreams and visions for the future. Each followed the path they thought would help them and their kids lead better lives with more stability and financial growth. But that wasn't the case. In August of 2021, their dreams almost literally came crashing down. The new owners were told their new homes were on the brink of collapse. After years of saving up, filling out paperwork, and closing on dream homes, they now had just 2 weeks to evacuate. By then, one resident was 3 months pregnant. Another had settled into what she thought would be her final home for retirement. Several moms were forced to uproot their kids again. More than 30 children and their parents faced this fate. Since the evacuation almost 3 years ago, River East at Grandview owners have worked diligently to untangle the tremendous financial, legal, and emotional web they were thrown into. In November, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Trayon White, and I attended a roundtable we held on this issue to hear more from homeowners, DHCD, and the Department of Buildings about next steps. This was one of the most heart-wrenching hearings I have ever been in. Owners spoke about how this horrific experience has impacted them. Deep depression, anger, immense stress, feeling like failures as parents, distrust, and the fear over the next steps. They remain responsible for mortgages on homes with no value. The district provided some relief, including ongoing rental support through this spring, but it was clear just how much more is needed to finally help them move on from this. This is our opportunity to lay the roadmap for what that relief will look like. The legislation before us first authorizes DHCD to enter into a contract with the Neighborhood Assistance Corporation of America, or NACA, nonprofit. Led by one of the co-chairs of the Black Homeownership Strike Force, NACA seeks to provide affordable homeownership opportunities to communities that have systematically been kept out of the real estate market. They have experience helping owners through difficult financial times and will be an asset to have as part of this solution. Next, the legislation outlines additional supports. 1 minute, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
Thank you. This legislation outlines additional supports we expect the executive will provide, including tax relief, housing production trust fund, and home purchase assistance program loan forgiveness, financial support for the condo association, and moving costs for the owners. To provide predictability as rental assistance winds down, the legislation also requires DHCD to share a rental option for owners who can't buy again right now, as well as a deadline to tell owners how much relief they will get from their existing HPTF and HPAP loans. I want to thank the River East at Grandview owners for their ongoing patience and responsiveness in making sure that what we have before us will be a good start to getting them out of this mess. Without you, we couldn't have gotten to this point. I also want to thank DHCD, DMPED, OCFO, our budget team, our OGC, and NACA for their partnership in getting this across the finish line. And I cannot underscore enough that we would not have gotten this done without Caitlin Kochalova, Senior Legislative Counsel on the Housing Committee. This is an important and productive step, and I'm committed to seeing this through. With that, Mr. Chairman, I move the relief for River East at Grandview Condominium Owners Association Declaration Resolution of 2024.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Trayon White?
Yes. Thank you. I want to thank you, Councilmember Robert White, and your staff and the work that's gone into this, even Councilmember Nita Bonds, who stood beside us, and Chairman Mendelson, trying to figure this out for some homeowners east of Anacostia River. Quite frankly, they're still in a vulnerable position trying to figure out next steps. I was on a call with a resident yesterday. She's simply saying that once her time is up with the next 6 months of the subsidy that the government is providing, she doesn't have the ability to go get a new home. Her credit is not what it was, and the market, I think she said she paid less than $300,000 for a condo, and she can't find nothing less than $550,000 in a district that's suitable for her and her family. So the times have shifted. That's not in her favor. For over 4 years, we have been trying to find some resolution, some relief for this. I've been in at least 10 meetings trying to figure this out. So I want to thank you, Councilmember Robert White and your staff, DMPED, DHCD, local partners for trying to get a step further to addressing this, even representatives from NACA who were here today in the council, trying to ensure that some Black homeowners didn't just lose their wealth and we turned the other way and kept on walking and forgotten all about them. I think that we can still go a step further as a government who these residents put their trust in to build something like this, and now who are facing homelessness and hopelessness. I think that we have done some things well, but we have a farther way to go to address some of these needs and also ultimately to make these families whole. I want to thank you. I want to support this measure. I want to encourage my other colleagues to support this measure today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Vince Gray, I believe you have an amendment to the declaration.
Yes. On behalf of the council member reading, the corresponding amendment to the Emergency Act would authorize the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development to issue a grant of up to $15 million to support the completion of the Skyland Town Center project. It would also amend the Skyland Shopping Center Omnibus Act of 2014 to reduce the aggregate principal amount of bonds authorized to be issued under that act. And it would approve a reprogramming request from the mayor to support the issuance of the Skyland grant. These changes to the emergency declaration are necessary to convey the urgency needed to make these changes.
So moved, Mr. Chairman. All right, so the amendment to the declaration is before us. Is there discussion on the amendment? Not hearing any. In fact, if there's no objection to the amendment will be accepted. Hearing no objection, the amendment is approved. So we have the declaration as amended. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I asked about this at the breakfast, but I also just want to give Councilmember White an opportunity to stay on the record. The question I asked was around how we plan to land this plane in terms of, this tragedy unfolded about 3 years ago. We've been providing support and those kinds of things, but in your conversation with DHCD, do they have a target timeline of when they plan to, I guess, make their final offer and on this particular situation for those residents?
Thank you for the question. Rental assistance, which has been ongoing for years, is scheduled to end in June. So with this bill, some of the things we're offering are moving costs and rent down payments. But these residents are still in a difficult predicament.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember McDuffie.
Just along the lines of trying to make sure that this is ultimately the solution that works for these homeowners. Is this solution, and I appreciate all the work that you've had on this, Councilmember Robert White. This solution was crafted working with the executive to get to this point such that they are in full agreement with this being the course of action?
Are you talking about Grandview or are you talking about
I'm talking about Grandview,
Skyland?
not Skyland. Skyline, I support it and I appreciate it. I'm talking about Grandview.
Yes, we work closely with the administration to get here. So they are in full agreement. What I would say is the delta here, which connects to Councilmember Henderson's request. These are people, all people of color, almost, who did everything right. And since their building has become uninhabitable, the market has changed substantially. So they can't just be forgiven their loans and then go buy a new place. So for us to make them whole, I would expect my colleagues to hear from me again on something we can do to enable them to realistically buy homes. They're at the head of the pack for HPAP. And the money they owe that the city can forgive will be forgiven. But to help them realize their dream of home ownership is going to require a little bit more from us. So we're going to keep trying to work with the administration, but colleagues should expect to hear from me again on that piece.
There's nothing further on the declaration. The declaration is amended. We'll have a roll call vote. Madam Secretary.
Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Parker.
Yes.
Councilmember Parker votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Freeman.
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The declaration is approved unanimously. We have the underlying bill, Bill 25-773. Councilmember Robert White.
So moved.
Discussion. Councilmember Gray, I believe you have an amendment.
Yes. In 2014, the council authorized up to 40 million in tax increment financing for the development of Skyland Town Center in the Skyland Town Center Omnibus Act of 2014. Phases 1 and 2 have been completed, and the final phase, phase 3, will be 126 for-sale townhomes, 75 affordable apartments for seniors, and approximately 8,000 square feet of retail space. Due to market conditions, funding provided by the TIF no longer supports the anticipated timeline of the third and final phase. Phase 3 has received the necessary permits and zoning approvals to begin construction. Without the timely receipt of funds, this phase will languish and jeopardize the completion of the project. Additionally, the developer will either be forced to take out loans to complete the project in a timely manner or risk failure of the project. So this legislation would authorize the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development to issue a grant of up to $15 million to support the completion of the Skyland Town Center project. It would also amend the Skyland Shopping Center Omnibus Act of 2014 to reduce the aggregate principal amount of bonds authorized to be issued under the act. And finally, approve a reprogramming request from the mayor to support the issuance of the Skyland grant.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Gray.
so moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. All right, we have the amendment before us. Is there discussion on the amendment? If there's no objection, the amendment will be accepted. Hearing no objection, the amendment is accepted. We have the bill as amended before us. Further discussion? We'll have a voice vote on the bill as amended. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? I don't hear or see any no votes. The ayes have it unanimously. The next measure is Annie's Way Designation Emergency Declaration Resolution of 2024, PR 25-709. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I introduced the permanent version of this legislation to honor Annie's Paramount Steakhouse for its many contributions to the district over the last 75 years. Since its opening in 1948, Annie's has created a distinctive gathering spot in the district, providing delicious food, a sense of belonging, and communal spirit. Annie's Paramount Steakhouse was an early sponsor of the Gay Men's Chorus of Washington, D.C., has a continuous presence at the annual Capitol Pride Parade, and is a recipient of the Rainbow History Project's Community Pioneer Award. The restaurant's namesake, Annie Kaler, was dedicated to her customers and gave tireless support to the LGBTQIA+ community at a time, especially when acceptance was all too rare. Today, I'm moving emergency legislation to ensure that the street sign for Annie's Way will be installed in time for the district's annual Capitol Pride celebration this June. I move the declaration.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. And I'm on this declaration. The permanent bill received final reading today. So this is just implementing what we have approved more quickly. Is there further discussion? A roll call vote on the declaration?
Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Parker.
Yes.
Councilmember Parker votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trahan White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trahan White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Freeman.
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Louis George is absent. Mr. Chairman, there are 12 yeses and 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The declaration is approved unanimously. We have the underlying bill, Bill 25-777. Councilmember Pinto,
So moved.
discussion. By a voice vote, all those in favor of the bill say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
All right, it's helpful. Thanks.
The ayes have it unanimously. The next measure is Virtual Open Meetings Authority Extension Emergency Declaration Resolution of 2024. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today I'm moving the Virtual Open Meetings Authority Extension Emergency Amendment Act of 2024 and related emergency declaration. This bill clarifies that under the District's Open Meetings Act, a meeting of a public body is considered open to the public and therefore in compliance with the law if the public body provides a virtual way for members of the public to view or participate in the meeting. As we all know, under the Open Meetings Act, public bodies include the council and the range of government boards and commissions in the district. This emergency authority is not new. In March of 2020, the council first adopted similar language allowing for virtual meetings to comply with the Open Meetings Act to ensure that public bodies could continue to meet during the COVID-19 pandemic and public health emergency without putting the health and safety of the public at risk. The council has since extended that authority several times on an emergency basis. I last moved a version of this bill on emergency in 2023. Obviously, the initial impetus for this language has passed. The public health emergency has ended, and a number of public bodies, including the council, have resumed in-person meetings. But as any of us, our staff, our agency staff could attest to, the ability to hold public meetings virtually has been hugely beneficial, both for productivity and for public access, especially for small task forces and working groups. Being able to take a meeting over Zoom can often be more efficient. For members of the public without this access, many of them simply wouldn't attend meetings. This is especially true for residents with mobility issues, those who serve as full-time caretakers, or those who are immunocompromised or sick. For these reasons, I believe it's critical that the council extend this authority again to ensure that residents are provided every option to participate in these public meetings. I'll also note that since we've passed this type of measure on an emergency basis multiple times, we should work together to pass a permanent version. In the meantime, it's critical that we keep this authority in place. With that, Mr. Chairman, I move the emergency declaration.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Is there discussion on the declaration? I do have a question. I'm going to vote for the declaration, and I'm not sure that this is directly applicable to this measure because this has to do with open meetings. But recently, an ANC commissioner raised a concern with me about, well, do we want to continue having virtual meetings as opposed to hybrid meetings? And I think it's worth our considering whether we want to continue what we did during the pandemic, which is to permit all virtual meetings, 100% virtual meetings. So I don't know if you want to respond to that here because this is, I'm not sure it's directly applicable to what you're moving, but it's relevant.
Well, I guess I would respond to say we should work together so we can move forward a permanent version. I still believe it is a great thing to be in person when we can, and that the council can continue to have opportunities for the public to convene in person, but that an optionality for people to join virtual is preferable.
That would be an argument for hybrid meetings, to permit hybrid meetings. I mean, I note that since we have come back to in-person meetings, most members attend our council meetings in person. whether they admit it or not. They seem to, we seem to prefer being in person, but not 100% all of the time. The issue came to me because an ANC commissioner was saying some ANCs only meet virtually, and that makes it more difficult for the public to participate. And I think there's some argument for that. I would rather be staring my ANC commissioner in the eyeball than to just be a box on a screen. Relevant, but not directly applicable here, correct?
Correct.
Further discussion on the declaration? Roll call vote.
Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau. Yes. Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Parker.
Yes.
Councilmember Parker votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Freeman.
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
No.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George. Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
So better, excuse me, better draft. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Secretary. The declaration is approved unanimously. We have the underlying bill, Bill 25-764. Councilmember Pinto,
So moved.
discussion. We'll have a voice vote on the bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? I don't hear any no votes. The bill is approved unanimously. The next measure is special education for young adults in the custody of the Department of Corrections Emergency Declaration Resolution of 2024. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill is an extension of an identical emergency legislation that we passed last year. It extends the designation of the Department of Corrections as the district agency responsible for providing a free appropriate public education, or FAPE, to eligible individuals who are in DOC custody. To give a bit of background, under the Federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA, the district law, student age residents in DOC custody are entitled to receive special education and related services if they were previously identified as a student with a disability or had an individualized education plan. For the last two school years, special education services at DOC have been provided by Maya Angelou Public Charter School under a temporary charter authorization from the Public Charter School Board. In order to allow that arrangement to continue into school year 2023 to 2024, the council passed emergency and temporary legislation in June of 2023 to designate DOC as the agency responsible for providing a free appropriate public education to eligible students in their custody, with the understanding that DOC would continue to contract with Maya Angelou Public Charter Schools to provide the services needed. I'll note that permanent versions of the Special Education for Young Adults in the Custody of the Department of Corrections Amendment Act, as well as my bill, the Leading Education Access for Reentry and Necessary Success Amendment Act, or LEARNS Act, both of which would resolve this issue that this legislation is aimed at, are currently pending council review, and a public hearing on the bills was held in January 2024. However, the temporary legislation adopted by the council expires on May 17th, 2024, prior to the end of this school year. So this emergency bill is necessary to ensure that DOC can continue its contract with Maya Angelou Public Charter Schools for the remainder of the school year, so that there's no disruption in the delivery of required special education and related services under IDEA for eligible individuals in the custody of the Department of Corrections. With that, I move the emergency declaration.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Is there discussion on the declaration? Roll call vote on the declaration.
Councilmember Nadeau. Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Parker.
Yes.
Councilmember Parker votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Freeman.
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman votes yes. Councilmember Gray. Councilmember Gray. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Louis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Louis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 12 yeses and 1 absent.
The declaration is approved unanimously. We have the underlying bill, Bill 25-771. Councilmember Pinto,
So moved.
discussion? By a voice vote, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I do not see or hear any no votes. The ayes have it unanimously. The next measure is Bill PR 25-708, Prohibition of Cannabis Retailers Near Schools, Emergency Declaration Resolution of 2024. Councilmember Pinto?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I urge my colleagues to support the emergency legislation that I'm moving today with Councilmember Allen to ensure that our children are not inappropriately exposed to cannabis sales by their schools. The district's current legal and regulatory framework around medical cannabis retail makes clear that schools and recreation centers, locations most frequented by our young people, ought to be insulated from such establishments by at least 300 feet. That is the current law. We should continue to ensure appropriate and reasonable geographic barriers between any school or recreation center and cannabis retailers, and make sure that that is maintained by aligning the transitional process requirements with the broader legal and regulatory framework that is already in place. For context, the council established a transitional framework for unlicensed cannabis establishments to apply for a retailer license during a 90-day period that closed on January 2024. This transition process created an exception that would allow medical cannabis retailers to locate within 300 feet of a school or recreation center if the school or recreation center is located in a commercial or industrial zone. This emergency legislation would remove that exception and prohibit all medical cannabis retailers from locating within 300 feet of schools or recreation centers. To protect the fairness of the process, this bill would allow affected applicants to change their locations without negatively impacting the status of their application. I note that there are only 2 pending applications total, 2 total, that have proposed locations within 300 feet of schools. The nearby schools in question serve 5th to 12th grade students who are mostly between the impressionable ages of 10 and 18. This emergency would allow these applicants to apply for a new location without negatively impacting their application, while ensuring that they do not locate next to a school. I want to emphasize that this bill does not affect any future cannabis license applications or change any of the geographic boundaries for internet retailers or cultivation centers. It simply aligns the transitional process requirements with the broader regulatory framework for transitions. It's critical that we continue to ensure the pathway to licensing for cannabis businesses is as accessible as possible, given DC's lack of statehood, while balancing the need for the district to provide effective oversight of licensed establishment to promote safety for customers and our communities more broadly. At the end of the day, protecting our kids from exposure to the sale of highly regulated substances is extremely important as a policy priority, and we have a responsibility to proactively address this. Given the council's decision to create a geographic buffer in the general legal framework for medical cannabis licensing, it is clearly a policy priority of the council. Mr. Chairman, 10 more seconds.
Without objection.
We cannot advance the interests of our business and medical cannabis industry at the expense of the health and safety of our children. We can balance both. We're always doing a balancing act. I'm standing up in support today of our parents and our children in this emergency. does the same. I urge you to support this today. To support this emergency declaration and the underlying emergency. I move the deck.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Discussion on the declaration? All right, this is a bit of a mess, but I am not going to support the declaration. And I'm saying it's a bit of a mess because I'm aware of some amendments that have been circulated that I think would improve the underlying bill. But nonetheless, the issue for me is we are changing the rules in the middle of the process, that we are changing the rules with regard to what many on this dais have argued in the past are disadvantaged or struggling businesses. When I say disadvantaged, that a few years ago, they didn't think they could go through the permitting process. We actually changed that to create an on-ramp so that they could get a license. These tend to be local businesses as opposed to out-of-state businesses. These tend to be businesses of color rather than otherwise. And we've talked in the past about how we want to try to advantage them. In fact, I think one or two of the applications, but I might be confusing this with the 300-foot perimeter, are what we call equity applicants. And so here we are in that context, changing the rules. As I said at the breakfast, this is an issue where over the years, the council has taken a stand with regard to medical cannabis. And then when and then something comes up and we change the rules and we make it harder for these businesses. So I appreciate that the movers of the declaration have tried to improve the underlying bill, but I think it is better for us to stay out of this. I believe where the movers of the declaration are trying to go is that this would affect one business, which actually might be legally questionable. And maybe I'm wrong on that, but as I said, I think it's better to not support the declaration than to continue this path of, once again, we're amending medical cannabis, and what we're doing today is we're changing the rules. Further on I'm being told the order, Councilmember Bonds and Councilmember Allen.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Chairman, are you therefore saying, since this affects actually one circumstance, one business, that it's a carve out?
You know, I don't think I want to spend much time on that issue because generally my view as chairman of the council is that what we pass, we want to be able to defend. But I did note that, as I understand, one of the amendments to the underlying bill, that it would have the effect of making this legislation applicable, this disruption applicable to only one business.
Thank you very much for that.
Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll take issue with saying it's a mess. First, thank you, Councilmember Pinto, for working with me on this. But Mr. Chairman, got to object to the way in which you're describing that. If we thought we have some kind of purity around how we're amending medical marijuana laws over the years, that ship sailed years and years and years ago. We have been writing this by emergency legislation over and over and over again. No one can also stand on ceremony and say, well, but wait, there's a process going on, so we can't make any changes, because we've done that too. So we have made changes plenty of times when we believe it's in the best interest of what we're trying to accomplish. So let's make it very clear, if people want to not vote for the declaration, to not even get to the debate, the merits of what the Emergency Act is, the outcome of that will be your vote is saying you think it's okay to have a retailer 87 feet from the front door of a school. Period. That's it. Now, if we want to talk about what the underlying bill actually does, is it says that we want to treat our charter schools with parity with our public schools, because we have a 300-foot rule for our public schools. But in this instance, I think because we've written this thing so many different times by emergency and other pieces, we have a situation in front of us that we have the ability to remedy, which is that we have a retailer that is looking to open 87 feet from the front door of a school. We think it's good for some schools. I don't know why we would think it's true for all of them. Now, what we are prepared to do in our conversation this morning over breakfast, we heard people say the bill as introduced said that we would give an applicant 180 days to be able to find a new location. Heard some pushback on that and said probably need a little bit longer than that. So the amendment that we have extends that another 180 days to a full year to make sure that that applicant would have plenty of time to find a new place. On top of that, we heard that there was a concern that there was one of the two, again, only one of the two had already had a settlement agreement with an ANC. And we don't want to undo that work that an ANC had already gone through. So the other part of the amendment says that if there is already a settlement agreement approved by the ANC, this shall not apply. So really, we're not even trying to affect two, we're only affecting one. So I don't describe that as a mess, Mr. Chairman. I describe that as trying to address the concerns that our colleagues brought up this morning to be responsive to that. Now, I know that I'm going to sleep fine if this vote goes down. But I really believe that this council should say that we don't think that we want to have a retailer 87 feet from the front door of a school, that we want to treat our schools equally and the same. And I would urge my colleagues to vote for the declaration for this very narrow bill that has an amendment that makes it even more narrow. And then with the permanent legislation that I know my colleague is working on and moving through, many of the other issues will be able to be worked on and addressed that permanent legislation. But this is our moment to act, and this is our opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. Did you want to make?
Yeah, sure.
Councilmember McDuffie.
Thanks, Chairman. My team and I, particularly Donnie Carver, has been working on this for a really long time, and I know we work closely with a number of colleagues who've had an interest in this, including the chairman, Councilmember Allen, who joined us at the joint hearing that we had a few weeks ago. And there are a number of things that are fairly fluid in this industry because it is so new to the District of Columbia, and because our hands are tied by Congress when it comes to regulating an adult use market that we can tax and regulate, but not to conflate issues. I can't support this. It's not because I don't, really empathize with the parents who I've communicated with, one of whom carved out time to testify at our hearing on the permanent measure, but because I think when you look at the circumstances in totality, it is best not to legislate in a manner that essentially impacts one business. I'll point my colleagues to the letter sent by the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board on April 1st, where they cite their efforts to build a sustainable medical cannabis program. And they emphasize that it's required an extensive amount of community outreach by the agency. And frankly, APCA isn't just any agency in District of Columbia government. They are an agency that I know I've worked with directly and can say that they do a really good job of outreach and really providing information and being transparent about their processes. They expressed in that letter that it is a concerted community outreach that was undertaken to establish trust based on the implementation of a fair and consistent transition process. We said that we wanted to be able to give unlicensed establishments an on-ramp, and they have went about that work, and it has been a tremendous effort. What they say in the letter as well is that as a result of their efforts, 76 unlicensed establishments applied by the January 29, 2024 deadline. But by supporting this, you essentially say one of those businesses, despite following all the rules, at this point would not be able to locate where they are applying to locate. Now, ABRA still has the opportunity tomorrow to decide whether or not they are able to locate that, and we should not usurp the board's authority by supporting this emergency. And finally, I also say, when it says, giving them a year is not plenty of time, Chairman, just 30 more
Without
seconds.
objection.
A year to find a new place in the District of Columbia is not nearly as easy as it sounds. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had a witness testify 3 weeks ago that a year was not enough time. In fact, that witness, if I have it correctly, requested that we extend the amount of time to find a place to 2 years. I think when it comes to retailers, when it comes to those folks who are cultivating cannabis, it is tough work to find a location in the District of Columbia. Real estate is not readily available when it comes to what they are required to use and the restrictions we put on them in terms of where they can locate. So I can't support this. I'm happy to continue to work with my colleagues, and I do plan to take this up in the permanent. In fact, we've already heard testimony about it, and I'm working with my colleagues to try to craft parity when it comes to cannabis and alcohol where that is appropriate. But I'd ask that we do that in a manner that is more deliberate, working with the ABC board as we have been.
Thank you, Councilmember. Further on the declaration? Councilmember Parker.
I'll be brief. I take to heart the concerns of APCA and of my colleagues, but I'm of the mind that we should always put the interests of our young people first. And I would always say purpose trumps process. I'm sensitive to the fact that we've laid out a process, and now in the middle of said process, we're changing their approach in the system. But I think given how narrow this proposal is, the fact that it's only impacting one applicant, as I understand it, and there are contingencies built in to allow that applicant to find another location, I think this is reasonable. And again, I think we should just keep in mind that the spirit of this is that parents don't want young people in close proximity to a location that's selling cannabis. And I think that's fair. So I hope colleagues would support this as we work to get the broader system correct. Thank you.
Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman. I just have a question. What role do ANCs play in the approval of locations?
Yeah. Who are you directing that question to, Councilmember?
Anybody who knows the answer.
They are giving great weight in the process, and a number of ANCs have weighed in on applications to APCA for these sorts of establishments.
Thank you.
I'll just add that an ANC is able to protest a location, which has happened in this case. ANCs are also able to enter into settlement agreements with an applicant, very similar to the way that they would with a liquor license application.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman and colleagues.
And Councilor White, can I just add one thing that in practice, it is very hard to protest an establishment to the degree that leads to it being, the license being denied. And we see this all the time with settlement agreements that are entered into that ANC commissioners are very uncomfortable with or have concerns about on behalf of their constituency, but that is the only mechanism by which to make a compromise with the business. And there's a lot of reasons for that. We have kind of by right business licensing in the city, but when it comes to these locations at issue, at least the location across the street from Basis, the ANC is very opposed to this. The neighbors are opposed to this. We have used the mechanisms to indicate the dissatisfaction with this location, and that's why this emergency legislation is necessary, because the current structure is insufficient to lead to the outcome that's needed.
Anything further on the bill? Councilmember.
Charles, oh, yeah.
Okay, second. round
Motion to close
of
debate.
Declaration.
There's a motion. to close debate.
Whoa.
Recognizes for second round.
But the motion to close debate is not debatable.
Well, the effect of a motion to close debate is that anyone who's not spoken can still speak, and anyone who has spoken cannot speak other than the maker of the motion.
Mm-hmm. I'm not taking it back this time.
So, and I do think it's privileged, and so therefore, but it's a voice vote. The motion to close debate, all those in favor of the motion to close debate, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Oppose.
The ayes have it. Councilmember Pinto, you're it. 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, a few things. First, to the chairman's comments that it may be questionable, I take issue with. We worked this out with OGC. There is not a legal issue here. Second, as Councilor Allen pointed out, we had this drafted in a certain way, and in order to accommodate the concerns raised by colleagues, raised by ABCA, we have structured this very narrowly to make sure that applicants have an additional year to change their location, or that if anybody does enter into a settlement agreement, then that can be honored. And so I don't think it is a good practice for us to, in the spirit of compromise, to then say, okay, well, now where we are is it's only affecting one application and therefore that's too narrow. We only got there because we were trying to compromise in the first place. I wanted to highlight a few of the items from ABCA's letter. First, ABCA testified at the hearing on the permanent bill that retailers should be exempted from this mixed zone exception to the restriction so that there's no retailer 300 feet of a school. They talk about the fairness of the process. That's why Councilor Allen and I have this extended for a year to make sure that applicants can still move to another location. They talk about their concerns with Councilor Fruman's amendment about the 400 feet. With all due respect to that amendment, that's not what I am moving or arguing. This is a 300-foot restriction which already exists. So again, we make policy choices all the time. A lot of things are balancing acts. We support the transitional licenses. There are a lot of on-ramps to do this. This, in effect, is going to affect one application that is literally across the street from a school. And those who represent the area are asking you all to please support us in supporting our constituents to make sure that this does not happen. BASIS, I will also note, represents and serves students from all 8 wards. So this affects all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. We have the declaration before us. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Parker,
Yes.
Councilmember Parker votes yes. Councilmember Pinto,
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Robert White,
No.
Councilmember Robert White votes no. Councilmember Trayon White,
No.
Councilmember Trayon White votes no. Councilmember Allen,
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds,
No.
Councilmember Bonds votes no. Councilmember Fruman,
Yes.
Councilmember Fruman votes yes. Councilmember Gray is absent. Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George,
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie,
No.
Councilmember McDuffie votes no. Chairman Mendelson,
No.
Chairman Mendelson votes no. Councilmember Nadeau,
No.
Councilmember Nadeau votes no. Mr. Chairman, the vote is 6 yeses, 6 nos, and 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The declaration fails. The next measure is Certified Business Enterprise Program Compliance and Enforcement Support Emergency Declaration Resolution of 2024, PR 25-704. Councilmember McDuffie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A certified business enterprise, or CBE, as is commonly referred as a business enterprise certified by the Department of Small and Local Business Development as a local business enterprise. Businesses with CBE certification may receive preference when submitting bids or proposals for procurement and contracting opportunities. There are currently over 2,000 businesses participating in the district CBE program. Following a recent revocation hearing before the Office of Administrative Hearings, stating that DSLBD would need to hold a hearing for every single complaint that it receives due to a loophole in the current statutory framework, DSLBD and the Office of the Attorney General determined that uniform hearing procedures for complaints needed to be established expeditiously. This is to ensure procedural consistency and fairness for these businesses, as well as to increase effectiveness and efficiency in departmental compliance and enforcement procedures. The committee worked in collaboration with DSLBD on legislation before us today. This emergency legislation is needed to clarify and update enforcement actions under the Small and Certified Business Enterprise Development and Assistance Act of 2005 as soon as possible. I move the deck.
Thank you, Councilmember. We have the declaration before us. Is there discussion? We'll have a roll call vote on the deck, Madam. Oh, I'm being instructed. I don't need to have a roll call. I will do a voice vote on the declaration. All those in favor of the declaration say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? I don't see or hear any no votes. The ayes have it unanimously. On the underlying bill, Bill 25-768, Councilmember McDuffie.
So moved.
Discussion? All those in favor of the bill say aye. Aye. All right, that was very anemic. Sick. We'll do it again. The vote is on Bill 25-768. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. We'll continue with emergency legislation. At the request of the mayor, I'm moving the declaration for Downtown Arena Financing Partnership and Revised Budget Emergency Declaration Resolution of 2024. This legislation is an appropriation. Actually, what it is it's an increase in revenues. The appropriation for capital construction projects is increased by $515 million, all of which shall be from local funds to remain available until expended to be allocated as follows, which is to, it says in the capital improvement plan, Chinatown Revitalization Fund, but in fact, this is for the Capital One Arena, and it is spread over 3 years at $171,667,000 in fiscal years 2025, 2026, and 2027. It's worth noting that this is what the district's contribution will be. Any upside and additional costs and risk would be on Monumental Sports, which we know will cost much more than the amount that we would be setting aside or appropriating with this. The complete renovation will encompass extensive upgrades to the arena that modernize and improve the overall fan experience, as well as expand retail and concessions and improve pedestrian flow and vehicular traffic so that the arena and the area around it, which some are referring to as an entertainment district, will continue to attract top-tier events and enhance the overall visitor experience. This project will also benefit local businesses as well as new construction and other job opportunities, which will have a set aside for local certified business enterprises and be subject to first source agreements. The legislation is largely the same as the offer first made to Monumental Sports last December and incorporated then in Bill 25-631, which all council members co-sponsored on December 13th. The funds to be allocated in this supplemental appropriation were identified late last year by the chief financial officer and were the result of refinancing of the district's debt, which freed up additional dollars under the debt ceiling. And so I move the declaration. Is there discussion? Jim? Yes, Councilmember McDuffie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to, thank you and your efforts. I know you've worked with the executive on this and the mayor, Deputy Mayor Albert have been working hard to get us to this point where we have this measure in front of us. I know this is not a vote on the term sheet, but I do think it's important that the public understands the process that we are engaging in and will have to engage in over the course of a number of weeks and perhaps months ahead. I want to say definitively that Monumental is where they should be in the District of Columbia. The Wizards, the Caps are here today and they should remain here so long as they are the Washington Capitals and the Washington Wizards. As a lifelong resident who's cheered for them for years, I think that's the right place for them to be. But I also think we need to recognize that and explain to the public when we talk about spending $515 million, exactly what that gets us. What is the return on the public's investment of $515 million? I don't intend to ask all my questions today because there will be a process for us to be able to do that. I recognize that this term sheet is non-binding, but it does provide a blueprint, as the deputy mayor said earlier today, about where the mayor intends to go with this agreement. But I also think we need to make sure that we are approaching this process with our eyes wide open in a very sober manner, that with the things that are outlined in the term sheet, this could end up being more than $515 million in terms of what the public investment looks like. Now, we know that there's been a return on our investment previously. We know that Monumental has been a catalyst, or the arena has been catalytic for what it's done to that Gallery Place, Chinatown, Penn Quarter area. And I fully expect with the right investments, those investments and that return is only going to get larger. But I think we need to make sure that we're asking those tough questions, that we're looking at the details of this agreement, and that the public recognizes that the council is not a rubber stamp for what gets negotiated. I want Monumental to be here. I want Monumental to want to be here. And I want to make sure that the public understands we're doing what's in the best interest for District of Columbia residents, visitors, and taxpayers. So again, I look forward to the ongoing discussion that will happen after today. And today I tend to support this important measure before us.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Tran White.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I want to thank Mayor Bowser, council members, and all those who went on to ensure that Monumental sports teams, Mr. Yonesis, stays in the district. As Councilmember McDuffie alluded to, I believe our teams belong here. One of my concerns was to ensure that the initial investment made in the sports and entertainment arena in Ward 8 remains, because I know that was at the topic of discussion during the negotiations. I do know that there was a $65 million investment to this new facility, of which 37 million was received investment from Events DC, 23 million from the district, and 5 million from Monumental Sports. What I don't know is in this new negotiations and Monumental's desires to take over the management of the facility, where would those revenues go from that facility? How much access will the community have to do some of the local boxing events that's been phenomenal for the community, the local graduations at the facility? And so I have a lot of questions. Also, during those negotiations, it was noted that there was a $10 million community benefit agreement to give money to projects in Ward 8, especially for kids. And so I want to get an update on that. And so I don't want to go into anything blindly. I've been able to read through the documents. I think that we have to get a little bit more for the district residents than we'll be getting, quite frankly, and get some wins. I mean, for me, if we're going to get some new arena, man, new extension to the arena, make it look all nice, get some better players, man. I mean, I was going to say it. Detroit, one of the worst teams in the NBA, and we lost to them twice. And no shade to those from Detroit Pistons, but we got to get some wins. And so I hope that we are talking about getting a new facility and doing these great things that we can get some wins for the basketball team. I'm a Wizards fan. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was so thrilled to join most of you last week, as well as district residents, fans, Mayor Bowser, and Monumental Sports and Entertainment in celebrating the huge agreement that has been reached to ensure that not only our teams, Washington Wizards and Washington Capitals, but also that our venues and concerts and events can continue on at Capital One Arena downtown. The signing of this agreement between the district and Monumental Sports, along with the district's rapid movement to introduce today's financing proposal, signifies and demonstrates DC's commitment to revitalizing and supporting Capital One Arena and our downtown, and to our steadfast partnership with Monumental Sports and Entertainment. The agreement will breathe energy and opportunity into our downtown through these renovations to the arena, additional opportunities for entertainment spaces and festivals, commitments to security and safety supports for the neighborhood, and job opportunities for workers. I want to make clear that these investments will benefit all of us: district residents, sports fans, workers, businesses, surrounding businesses and residents who live in the area or are thinking of coming to the area, and send the very clear message that DC is not only open for business, but we are the best place to do business. We have to continue to be devoted to strengthening our downtown through these types of strategic economic development deals, improve public safety, and reimagining DC's core as a vibrant mixed-use corridor. This focus has required conversations with key residents and stakeholders, meetings with leaders across district government, and close partnership with management and ownership of Monumental Sports to continue moving forward critical investments in the recovery and revitalization of our downtown. I also want to make sure this experience over the last several months reminds us all not to take anything for granted, whether that be where a family chooses to raise their kids, or what neighborhood to live in, or if they may move, or where a business may stay or relocate to. Those relationships and investments we have in our residents and our businesses have to be continually fostered. So this is a huge win for the district. I am really enthusiastic for what this means for us. I think we are in a really strong position as a city right now, and I am thrilled to support this deal today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman. Like my colleagues, I am happy about where we are. I think we need to take a realistic and sober view of what happened. The mayor dropped the ball. We almost lost 2 sports teams. And the only reason we stayed in the game is because Virginia fumbled as well. And with the council and mayor working together, we were able to pick it back up and close what would have been a devastating gap in our economy that would have taken decades to reconcile. Now, thinking what that means for the future of downtown, we can't sit here and rest on hope and optimism. We've got to be working together. We've got to be focused on securing our economy, and the council is going to have to be involved, which means the mayor's going to have to start working with the council in a way that she hasn't done in these 2 terms. This has to be a wake-up call for our city. The future of downtown, the future of our economy is not guaranteed. We have to be very deliberate. There are cities around the nation that are facing historic shifts. And if we take our eye off the ball again, we are going to be in trouble economically for years, if not decades. We have to make sure that this is the beginning of a new revitalization for downtown, and that we create downtown as the economic anchor of the future, because the economic anchor of the past is no longer. So my hope is that securing our teams, staying in the city where they should be, we're going to be focused on creating more housing downtown. We're going to be focused on the future of our economy, which will not be the way that it was in 2019. What that means for the city, what role the council plays, and what approvals and fundings we will need to move through the council. So I join with my colleagues in celebrating today. I also know that it is really important that we keep our eye on the ball. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, like everybody, I am glad that we are here. But this is a conversation and a vote that we should have been having a year ago. We should have been having this exact same conversation a year ago. Because we have lost an entire year in what our downtown recovery looks like. We added on an entire year of taking hits for downtown when we could have been having this moment, we could have been having this opportunity a year ago to be able to focus on what it looks like to reimagine our downtown. And instead, we're going to be a year late in delivering for our city. I hope that we also see that, that relationship, that improvement. We got the term sheet less than 24 hours ago. We're being asked to vote on $515 million, which we're going to do. But we've had a term sheet with commitments made for less than 24 hours, and we are voting on $515 million. And let's acknowledge, we know it's an investment that needs to get made. So we're going to do it. And I think we've done a good job as this council of standing in leadership with our city, in leadership with the mayor to say, we are committed to make sure that when that ball was fumbled, after all the fruit baskets got sent to Senator Lucas and thank you gifts, we were able to pick it up and be able to make sure that we could have this happen. I think the term sheet, though, getting those details also helps us understand what it could look like with a stronger partnership and a stronger negotiation to make sure that we are on the same page. I highlighted some of these this morning, but the $515 million, it's going to be more than that. So we saw within the term sheet that the mayor's committed to, in addition to the $515 million, to have Monumental be able to go through the PACE program, the DC Green Bank, to have additional financing. That is a program that has a cap on what is in that available every year. So every dollar that we now are sending to Monumental for the arena is a dollar we're not investing in affordable housing somewhere else. We talked about the signs that'll be around there. We did the same thing around Nats Ballpark and other venues. There's a commitment that says all revenue goes to Monumental without any conversation around what that could look like or how it matches up. A commitment to say that Monumental will be not subject to any tax of general applications that benefits another professional sports franchise enacted after the execution date. We don't even know what that will cost. So let's not pretend it's $515 million. This is an important investment. I'm going to vote for it. I believe it's the right investment for us to make. I think we absolutely have to have Capital One Arena, have the Caps and the Wizards located downtown. I appreciate the deputy mayor's work to be able to get this pulled together. I'm not sure it would have happened without her. I think she did a great job on this, but I think we need to recognize that for that relationship we're talking about, we got to make sure that we are, as a council, much more involved in those details looking forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to supporting this.
Thank you, Councilor Allen. I have to say, you sound a little bit like me when I was opposing the National Stadium and the financing for that, that it would not be 515, but would cost more. I think the conversation that we had this morning at the breakfast with the deputy mayor was very constructive, not just because I think it was a good conversation, but because it was an unusual opportunity where the deputy mayor, before she's entered into serious negotiations, heard from each council member, and I believe each council member spoke and heard about concerns that they had with the term sheet, such as what you brought up, Councilmember Allen. And I would like to think, I'm optimistic that the deputy mayor will reflect on the concerns or objections that council members raised, and in the course of negotiations, make some changes. As we all know, the term sheet is not a binding contract. As she phrased it, it's a pathway. So I think for my own view, I think that where we are is on a very positive path. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been said, and I will repeat, every Washingtonian has a stake in the success of DC's downtown corridor because the revenue generated there helps support the critical social services across the city. Keeping monumental sports in the district is a win, full stop. And I think it's important for us to continue to acknowledge that, continue to educate and engage in dialogue, constructive dialogue with residents. But I also want to congratulate the mayor and our chairman, for helping to shepherd this deal when it seemed as though it was not going to happen for us. Of course, this vote happens against the backdrop of what we will know will be significant financial pressures in the current budget cycle. I reject the idea that this investment should stop us from funding other critical social services like the emergency rental assistance program, school budgets, SNAP enhancements, the early childhood pay equity fund, and the district child tax credit. I look forward to working with you all to ensure that we can put forth an equitable budget when the mayor's proposal comes just tomorrow. Just as we fought to keep Washington's sports teams in the district, we must also continue to fight for district neighbors. And I will end with this. What I want to say to those who are watching, who are concerned about this agreement and or the amount of money that we're allocating to it, is that we will have additional opportunities to review the terms of this deal to ensure that we're getting an adequate return on our investment. Today's vote does not represent the council giving a blank check to the mayor or Monumental Sports to come up with whatever they deem necessary. It is, however, a green light for us to continue engaging in good faith with Monumental Sports so that they can stay here in the district. The amended ground lease, the legislation establishing an entertainment sports district, and more will be subject to council review and approval. In closing, again, I just want to acknowledge Chairman Mendelson and the mayor for helping to make this possible, because without it, I think the outcome of revitalizing downtown and future budgets would have been pretty bleak. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to start by thanking my colleagues for the comments that they have shared with the public today about this important piece of legislation that we are definitely going to be approving. Clearly, this is a special moment in my life here in the District of Columbia. I grew up here, and I remember the area prior to the arena, and of course, most recently. And I can tell you that it's a far change from what I remembered growing up here. And as a product of this community, I look to what we do today to give the community hope and an opportunity to move forward. Yes, we are the council. Yes, we're concerned about how the dollars are going to be spent. But most importantly, we have a history that we can pull on. And that's a more immediate history, the history that tells us that without a viable, active downtown and one that was centered around sports and the arena, we would look like, I'll say back in the day, for those of us who know just what back in the day was like. And it was not very representative of a progressive community, a community moving forward with all of its members, its residents, and businesses. And so this arena means a lot to many of us who've been around for a while. And I think it means even more to the young people because I hear from them day in and day out. Where are the tickets? We want to go. We want to be a part of it. And as we look to this arena, helping to revitalize the downtown area and perhaps have a sports entertainment area. And we want to hold Monumental to helping us to do just that, because we have learned that across the world, it is how you treat your promenades, how you treat your plazas where people can come and congregate and enjoy themselves is the way of the future. And it's what people are looking forward to. Monumental will get what they want, and we will get what we want too if we all work together. And I want to thank the mayor. I know it was a little treacherous for her from time to time, and we haven't been always nice to her. But it was treacherous. But I do think that she and making the decision about Nina Albert was just superb, and it's making a difference. I'm concerned because I want to make sure that not only will we have the benefit for our labor community, but also that we will finally have a larger arena being area for bringing in more DC residents into employment and the retention. That's what we really need. And that's how we build the middle class. Thank you, Chairman.
Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. I don't think that there was a strategy here to get here in the way that we got here, but I actually think that the way in which we got here might have led to the best result, because I think we all gasped at the idea that the teams were going to leave and what that would mean for downtown. And then there was a turn to what do we do to keep them? And what do we do if they go? And how do we rethink downtown so that it can be as successful as possible? I'm not sure we would have had the kind of urgency if we hadn't gone through this kind of treacherous territory that we did. And I think very exciting things are a part of that. There's the task force that's been looking at rethinking the whole area around the arena. Now there's the plans for how the arena can plug into that and with the revisions there. And we're in a position where we can do really, really exciting things. And we're all shoulder to shoulder trying to make that happen. I do want to echo another theme, and Deputy Mayor Alpert, and thanking you for all of the work that you've done, but also underscoring how critical it is that in this next 6-month period, while the details of this deal are being negotiated, that we stay shoulder to shoulder. Each of us looked through this term sheet and everything happened fast, and that was out of our control. Everything had to happen fast. So you negotiated this term sheet under incredible pressure and with incredible grace, and we're really thankful. But now we have a period to get it right. And when you get it right, it's going to need to come through us. So work with us as we move forward to make sure that we're staying shoulder to shoulder on this and getting it so that we can all celebrate and we can do have the best possible plan for downtown going forward. Again, congratulations on getting to where we are. Let's stay together going forward. But also tomorrow, and this Councilmember Parker spoke to this, we'll be in this room again, 15 hours or, not very long from now, to hear the mayor's budget. And the mayor's budget is going to be a difficult one. And one of the things we're doing here is investing in prosperity. It's a big investment to try to make sure downtown succeeds and strengthens our tax base. We recently passed important legislation about accountability. If we're investing in prosperity, if we're requiring accountability the way we did in Secure DC, and I support both of those things, we have to create opportunity through the budget process that's in front of us in the next months. Let's work together on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't going to say anything, but I do want to speak very briefly. I think we can all agree that without monumental sports and having an active arena to anchor our downtown, our recovery efforts would be much more difficult, but also it would certainly have a reverberating impact on the economy as a whole. One of the ways in which we pay for a lot of the social services and the safety net provisions that we are very proud of is from tax dollars being able to generate revenue to be able to pay for these programs. And so I think this is a super important investment. It's funny when we think about, I think we had a breakfast right after the initial press conference in Virginia. And I know a lot of people were scared, and I think there were a few of us who just said it's not a done deal yet. It's not over yet. And so I actually want to thank the mayor's office. I want to thank the deputy mayor for education, deputy mayor for planning and economic development. I want to thank the chairman and the council's budget director who didn't stop having conversations. And I also want to express appreciation to Monumental Sports for they did not stop taking our phone calls through that process. And I think that I tried to explain to people, it was sort of like we were in marriage counseling. They wanted to date new people and they figured it out. Perhaps the grass is not greener on the other side. Nonetheless, I'm excited about where we're going forward. There's still more pieces to work out in terms of the lease agreement and things like that. And I want to express appreciation to Deputy Mayor Alpert for hearing us out this morning and answering all of those questions. And I look forward to the continued work and partnership as we get this over the finish line, because let me just say, this vote is not the finish line. There's still more work to be done. And so I'm excited about the future. I know even last night, watching 2 of the girls' games, I was like, oh, I so wish DC had the Final Four for women's basketball this year, but we wouldn't even have that as a possibility if we did not have this step on this deal. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to echo many of what my colleagues have said, and I want to thank the chairman as well as the mayor, but I also want to thank Deputy Mayor Albert, and I want to also thank our outstanding budget team here at the council and the budget team on the executive side that work together as well to make this happen. I think from the beginning, many of us said DC teams belong in DC. For those of us who grew up going to the MCI Center, when it was the MCI Center, then it was the, it has been different centers when the district's basketball team was known as the Bullets. We had bullet jerseys. And so for many of us, you know, this has been an institution. It's been a part of us growing up. It's been a part of our families for generations. And we love our teams. We love our sports teams. And it's always been sort of a thing that has brought us together as a community from all parts of the city. And so I think we all wanted this outcome to happen for DC, especially as we look at it. I think when we look at keeping Capital One Arena in DC, one of the most important things is we will preserve the strong economy that will allow us to continue investing in the services that matter to DC residents, including making sure we have good public schools and a strong safety net. Another thing that's important is that it preserves good union jobs for district residents. And that is something that we look forward to and continue to want to make happen. That's an arena where I do go to and I see district residents all the time, whether, you know, and I get excited because sometimes it's like my cousin, my aunt, my cousin, my aunt's sister, you know, it is a place where district residents are. Seriously, you get on that elevator and you run into everybody and they talk to you. So I think, you know, as we look at what this future is going to look like for us as district residents, I want us to continue to make sure we're going to have good union jobs there. This morning, one thing that's important is that we move forward. Any sort of new construction, we want to just make sure that there's a labor peace agreement at any new hotels and restaurants in the proposed development sites, and a project labor agreement on any construction in the proposed development sites. But we will have a lot of work to do ahead, and I'm looking forward to doing that. This has been an opportunity for us to work together, and I'm so excited that we have the outcome we have. And I'll be looking at every detail and continue to do this work. This is just the beginning. It's not the end, but I'm grateful for the hard work that went into this from all sides. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. We'll proceed to a vote on the declaration. And I'm going to ask for a roll call. Mr. Assistant Secretary, if you could call the roll. The vote is on PR 25-698.
Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Fruman.
Yes.
Councilmember Fruman votes yes. Councilmember Gray is absent. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilman McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Parker.
Yes.
Councilmember Parker votes yes. Mr. Chairman, you have 12 yeses, 1 absent.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Secretary. The declaration is approved unanimously. We have the underlying bill, Bill 25-756. So moved. Is there discussion? I think we can do a voice vote on this since the declaration was unanimous. All those in favor of Bill 25-756, say yes or say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. Some members are looking at the clock, so maybe we can try to get to the remaining measures quickly.
Yes.
DC Healthcare Alliance Enrollment Rulemaking Emergency Declaration Resolution 2024. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Moving this emergency today on behalf of the request of the mayor. The emergency measures will approve proposed final rules of the Department of Healthcare Finance to lengthen the enrollment period for the DC Healthcare Alliance program for 6 months to 12 months. This change will support Alliance beneficiaries in maintaining healthcare coverage and create greater parity with the Medicaid program. In practice, the Department of Healthcare Finance started the enrollment renewal practice in October of 2022. The notice of proposed rulemaking was issued in March of 2022. And this is to just finalize that. So I ask that colleagues support this declaration. So move, Mr. Chairman.
We have the declaration before us. Is there discussion? We'll do a voice vote on this. This is on the declaration. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I don't see or hear any no votes. The ayes have it unanimously. On the underlying bill, Bill 25-763, Councilmember Henderson.
Just for clarification, I just want to explain to folks why we are passing this on emergency. The section of the code that gives the Department of Healthcare Finance rulemaking for the Medicaid and the Alliance programs require approval by the council within 30 days, or the measure is deemed disapproved. So given this quick timeline and the urgency of ensuring healthcare access for this population, it is proper to move this on emergency. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Further on the bill? By a voice vote, all those in favor of the bill say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Don't see or hear any no votes. The ayes have it unanimously. The next measure is PR 25-700. DC Healthcare Alliance Financial Eligibility Rulemaking Approval Declaration Resolution of 2024. Councilmember Henderson?
I'm sorry. Oh, is it? I'm good? My turn?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These emergency measures will approve final rules of the Department of Healthcare Finance regarding the DC Healthcare Alliance program, bringing the program more in line with DC Medicaid. Specifically, the updated regulations adjust the modified adjusted gross income methodology and increase the reasonable compatibility standard from 10% to 20%, providing more room for applicant error that may not be their fault. These changes will create a more streamlined and efficient application process and renewal process, and will reduce the risk of eligible Alliance beneficiaries losing their health coverage. So I urge my colleagues to support this. And once again, we're moving this on emergency, given the requirement that the council must approve any rulemaking within 30 days or the measure is deemed disapproved.
Thank you, Councilmember. We have the declaration before us. Is there discussion? By a voice vote, all those in favor of the declaration say aye. Aye.
Aye.
That was anemic. We'll try again. All those in favor of the declaration say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. We have the underlying bill, Bill 25-762. Councilmember Henderson.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Is there discussion? On the bill, Bill 25-762, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? I don't hear any no votes. The ayes have it unanimously. The next measure is medical cannabis patient card extension and 420 medical cannabis sales tax holiday week emergency declaration resolution of 2024. PR 25-699, Councilmember McDuffie.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm moving this emergency declaration today at the request of the executive. First, there remains a need to further reduce the administrative barriers for district residents seeking access to quality medical cannabis and medical cannabis products at licensed retailers. There are currently 1,850 district resident patient registrations set to expire during the 3-month period of March 2024 through May 2024, where those residents did not renew their patient registrations due to real or perceived administrative burdens. They may be inclined to utilize the roughly 200 unlicensed cannabis establishments located in the District of Columbia. Extending the validity of the patients and caregivers registration cards to 6 years from the current 2 years will encourage residents to continue to utilize the district's licensed retailers to purchase medical cannabis and medical cannabis products and bring the district in line with Maryland, which transitioned to a 6-year medical cannabis patient card on September 29th, 2022. The legislation would also require patients to surrender their registration cards in the event that they no longer need cannabis to treat a medical or dental condition. Second, on March 27th of this year, tragically, a robbery and fatal shooting occurred at an unlicensed retailer on Georgia Avenue. To respond to the threat posed by unlicensed retailers who present an imminent danger to health, safety, or welfare of the public, the ABC administration needs clear statutory authority to summarily close those businesses and seize any cannabis products after an investigation. This authority does not currently exist under existing law. And finally, the emergency legislation seeks to reinstate the successful 4/20 medical cannabis sales tax holiday a week in 2024 during the 2-week period of April 15th of this year through April 28th, which would again cover 2 weekends. The popular tax holiday is critical to the district's efforts to attract qualifying patients back to the legal market, as well as sustain a viable medical cannabis program. And I have an oral amendment, which I believe has been circulated. And that amendment is based on the conversation that we had today at our breakfast meeting around some of the language. We worked with the general counsel's office to craft this oral amendment that you all have before you. And if you all want to take a moment to review it, as you'll note, it strikes certain language, and this is to ensure that APCA has the authority to investigate again and close unlicensed establishments that have failed to comply with the legalization of marijuana for medical treatment initiative of 1999. So I'd love to move the deck and then the bill as amended.
All right, we have the declaration before us. The amendment applies to the bill. Is there discussion on the declaration? Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you very much, Chairman. To Mr. McDuffie, you indicated that 200 are unlicensed retailers. How many licensed medical establishments do we have?
Don't have that committed to memory, but happy to get that information to you.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Any other discussion on the declaration? We have the declaration before us. By a voice vote, all those. Councilmember Bonds, did you still have the floor?
Yes, I kind of, and I'm not trying to delay us, and I'm looking right at Larry, and I know he's feeling me.
Larry didn't say anything.
That's the point. He's like, what? Yes. The point though is, on one hand, we say that we have legalized cannabis in the community. And if we have 200 unlicensed locations, I hope we have more than 50 licensed locations. You see what I'm saying? Because if the public is not paying a lot of attention to what we do here on the dais in the council, then they could very well assume that these 200 unlicensed entities are helping them to satisfy their need.
I'm not quite sure what to say. There is a robust illegal market. 70 of the unlicensed establishments have applied to be licensed under the medical marijuana law. The remaining, if it's 130, would be, I would hope would be, there would be enforcement action taken against them.
Well, I agree with all of that concept, but I'm just trying to understand supply, demand. And
Yeah,
that's
well,
something we have to deal with if we have said that it's legal.
but we can't because of the rider from Congress.
I know I know about the rider.
I write Congress.
The
every
rider
month and thank
primarily
them.
prevents us from collecting
No.
tax,
No, it
Yes.
prevents us from regulating,
which is,
licensing. We
Which
can't
is-
license. We could choose to
that's
have no
why, that
tax. We
is
still
why
can't
I
do
am
anything.
asking, how many do we have? Okay, that are regulated. So clearly we can regulate
No, we cannot regulate.
medical
the-
cannabis.
Yes, medical we can.
Yes, okay.
Councilmember Fruman.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Mendelson. I think part of what Councilmember Bonds is getting at is I do fear we have a disconnect between the amount of cultivation that we're gonna have in the district and the market that will be supplied. Right now, we have all these folks out there and they're selling cannabis from around the country. They're gonna be closed down. I think that's appropriate. But where are those people gonna go and what's gonna happen in this marketplace when there's a handful of medical dispensaries and there isn't enough supply for them? It's a separate question, but all of these issues around the cannabis industry, I think are going to be something that we got to look really closely at and be sure that we're serving everybody in the way that we approach it. And that disconnect between supply and demand is an issue that we should be watching for over the horizon.
Councilmember McDuffie. And then we're gonna go to a vote. Oh. All right, then, thank you. Councilmember. Councilmember Allen.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just had one quick question. How are we defining what it means when we say that we're going to shut down an illegal business? Just trying to make sure I understand, because I will wager that we're getting a lot of questions out from our constituents. So under the current system, we've got the ability to first do a warning, then enforcement actions that follow. When we say shut down, do we mean put a padlock on their door? Do we mean something similar to the way a liquor license? I'm gonna keep asking my questions and I can see you're pulling something up. Is it like a liquor license where, you know, the chief of police comes in and declares public safety emergency to shut down for a certain number of hours? I just think it'd be helpful to know what do we mean when we say that enforcement authority is shut down.
Councilmember McDuffie.
Sure. What we're doing, this emergency gives express authority to ABCA to be able to shut down unlicensed facilities, which they currently don't have. But I will note that enforcement on unlicensed cannabis establishments has already begun, and it started last month, which I know you're aware of, but I want to make sure all my colleagues are. And that as part of the multi-agency enforcement effort by the district, DC Health has the ability to embargo cannabis edibles and THC products and remove them from shelves. And this is coming from a response that I got from ABCA, so I'm reading it verbatim. DC Health is also enforcing a violation of unlicensed establishments operating without a food license. Under the BEST Act, DC Health has the ability to close an establishment operating without a food license after providing the unlicensed establishment 5 days written notice. DLCP, the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection, also has a role and is responsible for enforcing violations of unlicensed establishments operating without a basic business license or a certificate of occupancy. So there is a multi-agency effort. NPD has a role as well. The idea is that after providing that opportunity for unlicensed establishments to actually apply to become licensed and not enforcing against them for the period of time, that time has expired and it's time to enforce, and that process has already started. And this gives ABCA even more explicit authority under the code to be able to shut down unlicensed establishments.
Absolutely. And we've got the process. I guess I still, and it may be that we don't have the answer right now. We need to get this from ABCA, but I'm still want to make sure I understand, what does shut down mean? are, I mean, these are businesses that have been operating illegally for years. So the threat of saying you're unlicensed, don't operate right now hadn't worked. So are we expecting that we would see someone put a padlock on a door? Is it just a really bright orange sticker on the front door? We can follow up with the agency and try to find out more what they mean. I think that'd be helpful for all of us, just that I know I'll have constituents asking me, what does a shutdown actually look like?
I mean, I'm happy to do that and just to make sure that I'm not speaking on behalf of the agency, but this also does give the ability to actually to take the product in an unlicensed establishment. But I get the point you're making is sort of hearing expressly from the agency what they will do in the event that they are doing enforcement action. So I'm happy to ask that question and respond back to colleagues.
Thank you, Councilmember. Are you raising your hand, Councilmember Parker?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to chime in there in that conversation. My discussions with Mr. Anderson at APCA make it clear that they are still trying to explore what this looks like. To Councilmember McDuffie's point, one thing that I've learned is that they are imposing fines on landlords that are housing these unlicensed locations. I think all that said, what this points to is that empowering and giving APCA the authority to enforce is important, but we will continue to need to work with them. As we were discussing in the breakfast, there is a proliferation of unlicensed, unlawful shops all through the city and in Ward 5. And I have found DLCP in particular unwilling and or unable to engage. And so I think leaning in on APCA to fill the void that DLCP has created is a good thing. So just adding my 2 cents to the conversation, I think imposing fines is one way APCA is exploring this. There does also seem to be a partnership with MPD where I can imagine they might just put a padlock on someone's door. But it seems like there's room for us to figure that out. But it's important.
All right, I'm ready to proceed for a vote, but that's okay. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to again say I completely agree with Councilmember Parker and how he's articulated this. And I think that we as a body and as a city have taken great strides and appropriate strides to make sure that there is a legal mechanism to help folks transition into the medical cannabis space. We should have legalized cannabis in our city, but in this interim time period, I think this is the best we can do. But fairness has come up a lot today, especially in the context of medical cannabis establishments and one opening up right next to a school. And folks talked about fairness of the process. And I just want to make the point that fairness of the process has to also mean that those who did not seek transition into the legal space need to now be closed down. And I support giving APCA that authority and ask APCA to take that role very seriously so that we can reclaim these spaces that have turned into illegal drug sales. Thank you.
So no further discussion. We have the declaration before us. This is PR 25-699. By a voice vote, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? I don't hear any no votes. The ayes have it unanimously. We have the underlying bill, Bill 25-760. Mr. McDuffie? No, you have to amend it.
I thought
So, Mr. McDuffie, I take it you said so moved.
I'm going to move the amendment that I mentioned earlier and ask that the measure be supported as amended.
So you're moving the bill with the amendment?
Yes.
All right. We have the bill as amended, no, with the amendment before us. Is there discussion? Now, the amendment was circulated by Mr. McDuffie when you had the declaration. it says oral amendment, but actually it's a written amendment since we all have it. I'm not going to summarize what it says. He already summarized what it says. Anybody have a question? And he's made the amendment part of his motion. We don't always do that, but we're doing it. If there's no further discussion, we have the bill as amended before us. No, the bill with the amendment before us. By a voice vote, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I don't see or hear any no votes. The ayes have it unanimously. We will turn to temporary legislation. Let's see if we can do this in block. If somebody does not want something in block, please speak up.
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman,
Chairman,
I was going to go through the list. Let's do that. Local Rent Supplement Program Eligibility Temporary Amendment Act.
can we break that one out, Mr. Chairman?
All right, well, then we'll just vote on that one. So moved. Local Rent Supplement Program Eligibility Temporary Amendment Act of 2024 is before us. Discussion. All those in favor of the amendment of the temporary bill, say aye.
aye.
Mr. Chairman, please record me as voting no.
Were there any, well, there's one no vote. Are there any other, I didn't call for the no's. I asked for the ayes. Are there any no votes?
Mr. Chairman, please record me as voting no.
Any other no votes? All right, the ayes have it. Mr. Fruman's recorded as no. Association Meeting Flexibility Temporary Amendment Act. Relief for River East at Grandview Condominium Owners Temporary Amendment Act, and that will incorporate the amendment that Mr. Gray moved on the emergency. No. Special education for young adults in the custody of Department of Corrections. Special education for young adults and what? I skipped Annie's way.
That's okay. I'd like to withdraw Bill 25-778, the Annie's Way Designation Temporary Act of 2024 from consideration because the permanent bill passed today on consent.
Thank you. So the bills in moving in block are Association Meeting Flexibility Temporary Amendment Act, Relief for River East at Grandview Condominium Owners Temporary Amendment Act, including Mr. Gray's amendment, Virtual Open Meetings Authority Extension Temporary Amendment Act, Special Education for Young Adults in the Custody of Department of Corrections Temporary Amendment Act, Certified Business Enterprise Program Compliance Enforcement Support Temporary Amendment Act, Downtown Arena Financing Partnership and Revised Budget Temporary Amendment Act, and Medical Cannabis Patient Card Extension in 420 Medical Cannabis Sales Tax Holiday Week Temporary Amendment Act. And that last includes the amendment that Mr. McDuffie had moved to the emergency. Is there any objection to those measures being moved in block? Hearing none, we will have a voice vote on those measures. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I believe it's 7 bills I just named. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? I don't hear any no votes. The ayes have it unanimously. Those temporary bills are approved on first reading. There is no further.
Mr. Chairman,
business.
can I just ask one question?
Is this mine?
It's relevant to tomorrow. It's just a question.
Yes, please.
So I'm asking this question because I think this is the first time that I've been a part of a budget process where the mayor is presenting at the same time that we're doing the hearing. Are we, in terms of order, are we just going to go in order of seniority or are we going in order of who comes first? I just want to prepare.
I had not thought of that, but I'm fine with going with seniority.
I mean, I was going to actually prefer order of arrival because some of my colleagues are tardy often, but love y'all.
Any further business? Okay, the time is 6:17 PM. And this meeting is adjourned.